the Department of Gender and Women's Studies, but we transited it into Human Development and Relational Sciences for some political reasons, because of issues of women's studies, and so on. Next, we have Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems. That is the one which hosts Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihood. And in this last column, I've indicated the alignment of these programs with the national, with the MAST mission and vision, and also with the Uganda Vision 2040. Next. Okay. FIS is an interdisciplinary faculty, and the programs that we are offering are programs that are embracing interdisciplinarity. As I said earlier on, communities' problems are multifaceted, and you cannot tackle community problems with only one single discipline. And so the students are offered opportunities to acquire skills of using multiple perspectives and synthesizing a number of approaches to solve complex problems. I just wanted to give you an example. Our students, in our faculty, we have what we call, there's a program which is called STP, Student Community Twinning, where every Thursday, second years of planning and community development and gender and women health, second years, and then third years of agriculture and livelihood program, they go to the community every Thursday to diagnose problems alongside with the community members and come up with different interventions. Out of those interactions with the community, we have developed a number of programs, or let me say projects. We have apiary, that is beekeeping, grape making, wine making. There are so many programs that are in Nyakayojo, and some programs are in different places that the students alongside the community have come up with those programs, using appropriate technology, using local resources to come up with different interventions, and it has really paid off. And a number of students are even, when they have graduated, they continue with some of the things that they've learned from the community, and the community members are also appreciating. So these students of 3 strands, they go to the community, they work together using different approaches. Now, this is the interdisciplinarity we're talking about. There is a problem in the community, they tackle it from different disciplines because there are 3 strands and they're working together. So FIS also promotes the interface between science, technology, innovation, and community by undertaking interdisciplinary approaches to training and research. And undertaking the interdisciplinary training improves the capacity of the university to transfer science, technology, and innovation for community development. Earlier on, I had forgotten to say that, when we talk about, for example, service course, this development studies cross-cutting course, we are saying that science must interact with the society for development to be realized. So you can train an engineer, all right, you are training a medical doctor, all right, but if they don't understand the social, economic, and development issues that affect their country or their lives, then it means you're missing out something. So even the service course, that is the political economy, is also taking an interdisciplinary approach. Next. So the programs at FIS are premised on an interdisciplinary approach, as I said. For example, BSAL, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihood program, offers unique orientation that brings interdisciplinary approach to agricultural development, integrating perspectives from agricultural sciences and also social sciences. That's why in the another slide behind, I indicated the graduate profile of someone who is doing BSAL, an agroeconomist. He's not just like an extension worker, he's beyond an extension worker, because there are other social issues that they are tackling, because they are looking at also livelihoods, apart from just simply agriculture. The Bachelor of Science in Planning and Community Development is premised on an interdisciplinary approach also that integrates perspectives and ideas of multiple disciplines to build effective community development practitioners. So which means the person who was doing development studies was good, all right, but this one maybe could be like a multiple person. Beyond that one was doing development studies. Next. Bachelor of Science in Gender and Public Health. Now, I was earlier on saying Bachelor of Science in Gender and Women Health. We have transited, we have refined this program, we have removed the women's health and we have put there public health for a reason. The program was not attracting men and boys. Because when they were reading Bachelor of Science in Gender and Women Health, they thought it is only a program for girls. And so we used to have very, very few numbers, and we are anticipating that opening it up to public health rather than narrowing it to women's health could be an advantage. Maybe we shall have discussion more about that. But this is what we are seeing, that we have opened it up to public health, not only for purposes of getting numbers of students, but also we did some needs we did some tracer study. Among the various students who had qualified with Bachelor of Science in Gender and Women Health, where are our students? We discovered that our students are in public health arena. They are working in public health. They are doing courses like Master in Public Health, Master of Public Health. There is Inequity, our former guild president. She has completed her course in medical anthropology. That is also connected to that public health as well. So when we saw that our students are placed in the public health areas, we said, okay, we are not wrong if we convert it to public health instead of women's health. Now, if in this one also is an interdisciplinary course because it combines insights from gender studies with public health principles addressing population health challenges. So this kind of integration ensures that students can analyze how gender dynamics impact on health outcomes, even access to healthcare, issues of disparities in terms of access and all that. Next. Next. Okay. Now, someone else is going to talk about twinning, the student community twinning project. The link, here I'm looking at the link between training and the community engagement. What we are saying here is that our students of the three undergraduate programs, they are doing theory in class. So this SCP was started as a way of making sure that our students have hands-on. Because we know that these are the future social workers, these are the future community development officers. They are going to work with communities. Why not expose them to community sort of orientation so that they can, when they go to the field, they are already having hands-on. So this is a community-based service learning course that offers or allows the students to combine learning goals and community service delivery. It is a weekly program, as I've said, every Thursday. The students go to the community. They start with, those what we call participatory approaches to development. The PRA, they do what we call transect work. They do resource mapping in the community. Transect work, they aim at identify community, resources in the community, and also they do resource mapping. The person is going to detail, the person who is going to talk about STP is going to detail here. But what I'm trying to say here, you can look at the picture. These are students together with the community members. They came up with a project of briquettes using charcoal dust and what we call cassava flour and so on to make briquettes. And they are for sale. So most of the members of that committee actually were women. Next. Okay. The mandate of this Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies is to teach what we refer to as political economy as a service course, because we want to believe that the student that we are training has to be an all-round person, holistic kind of training, where the student does not just learn the computer or procurement without understanding social, economic, cultural issues, political issues that affect their country. This is supposed to be an all-round individual. Actually, most of the people who have done this course, have gone through this course, and they are in leadership position, they attribute their skills, their leadership skills, to this political economy course, because it really prepares students also for leadership and to become responsible citizens. So, the faculty, the main mandate of this faculty is to offer a cross-cutting course. So much as we are teaching other courses in the mainstream in our faculty, in those 3 strands and undergraduate and even postgraduate programs, we also teach this cross-cutting course, what we call development studies or political economy. And there are 4 semesters that we cover. So it is embedded in political economy, and it is given to all undergraduate students, not only first years as used to be before, but second years as well. The rationale for this course builds on the idea that science and society must interact for the development to be realized, and the aim is to have this an all-round science student, one who should not only come out of the university with a degree in science, but also with the knowledge of how science must interact with society to transform it. Next. Yes. So these are the departments and the undergraduate programs. The undergraduate programs, okay, I think I made a mistake. It's supposed to be both, because each department, those are the programs. We have Bachelor of Science in Planning and Community Development. We have Master of Arts in Development Studies. Now, this Master of Arts in Development Studies has been phased out. Master of Arts in Development Studies was a program that was started in 2000, the very old program, but it was phased out by Council on the basis that it is arts in a science and technology university. And then also Master of Arts in Governance and Planning, it's not local government, but governance and planning has also been phased out. Then there is also postgraduate diploma in criminology. We have PhD in Development Studies that is running. Department of Environment and Livelihood Support System has 1 program, that is Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihood. This other program of masters is yet to be submitted for accreditation. Human Development and Relations Science Department also has 1 program, that is Bachelor of Science in Gender and Applied Women Health, and these other 2 programs are proposed. And also we have Community Engagement and Service Learning Department, where we have the twinning program, we have internship, farm attachment, and political economy as a service course. Next. Postgraduate programs. Yeah, so I shouldn't have put them in the other one, but it's okay. Master of Arts in Development Studies was phased out by Council on the basis of being arts. But now, what we are proposing is our plea to the university that we rename this course and upgrade it to, we have already started the process of upgrading it to Master of Science in Development Studies, and we did benchmarking. There are a number of universities, like in Lund University in Sweden, they have Master of Science in Development Studies. In Ghana, there is also Master of Science, University of Ghana, Master of Science in Development Studies. There are many universities with the Master of Science in Development Studies. The core elements remain, but we integrate a few science course units in them, such as environment, GIS, and many other things that are science. And probably, if we submit it, it should be maybe granted, because really, we cannot afford to lose master or development studies program, because out of development studies program is where we get even people who are teaching service course. Development studies service course, a cross-cutting course. We even, the students of masters of development studies are the ones who help us also do tutorials, mark exams, by the virtue that they are students of Masters of Development Studies, according to their admission letters, they are supposed to help with faculty work. And so if these programs dies, it means that's killing the faculty. It means people will not be promoted because we supervise Masters students in development studies. So this program, we want it back. Master of Planning and Governance, we have decided probably we can halt it. And then Master of Peace and Conflict, which is supposed to be expiring in June. Remember, it's Master of Arts. So we have renamed it and upgraded to Master of Science in Governance, Peace and Security. We have retained the core elements of the course and included science-ness in it. And it is supposed to be submitted for accreditation. Postgraduate Diploma in Criminology is there. It's also supposed to expire in June and it's ready for accreditation. PhD in Development Studies was accredited in 2022 and I think it's 10 years, supposed to be 10 years accreditation. So it's still running. Next. These are new programs that we are proposing. Master of Science in Criminology. We even went to Uganda Police. And there is also a memorandum of understanding between Master and Uganda Police, and there's that element of co-teaching. So we want to submit it. Master of Science in Agriculture, Innovation and Livelihoods, that's a new program yet to be submitted for quality assurance, for review, and then accreditation. Master of Science in Biodiversity Conservation and Tourism, also in the same department. It's a proposed program. Master of Science in Ethics and Family Relations is a new program proposed in the Department of Human Development and Relational Sciences. It's a proposed program. And then the Master of Medical Anthropology is also a new program that is yet to be submitted. Or we shall request it to be submitted under the same department. Master of Science in Social and Reproductive Health Research is also a proposed program in the same department. Next. Why it is important to have this curriculum review and why we have called you is that as we approach the accreditation of these programs, there are 5. Bachelor of Science in Planning and Community Development, Bachelor of Science in Gender and Applied Women Health, which we have revised into Public Health, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihood, Master in Peace and Conflict, which has been revised into Master of Science in Governance, Peace and Security. These 5 programs, on the 24th of January, they are supposed to be submitted for accreditation, and that's the reason why we have called you stakeholders to participate in this. Because the Senate advised that we engage stakeholders to have their views on the relevance and justification of our programs. We are also aware of the need to evolve to meet the demands of the 21st century. So really, programs are not supposed to be static. They are supposed to be updated, polished, and all that. We want to ensure that our programs fit and remain relevant in a science and technology university. Next. We want our program to be aligned with the vision and mission of MAST. Of course, they are aligned, but we want to make sure that our programs remain relevant also to national and global development, and also the Vision 2040, the National Development Plan 4, and the Parish Development Model with its 7 pillars. Our graduates also should be well prepared to address local, national, and global challenges. Next. So you as a stakeholder, we are privileged to have you here because you are diverse people. There are people who are prospective employers among us, academicians among us, policymakers among us, and all that. So the insights and feedback that you are going to give us are very invaluable. And together we can contribute to this curriculum to make it really more inclusive, more forward-looking, and not detached from the community, but really more community-oriented. And the goal here really is to produce graduates who are able not only to become just academically competent, but also employable, innovative, create jobs for others, and capable also of driving sustainable development. Also, this requires a curriculum that not only imparts knowledge, but also fostering critical thinking, collaboration, and adaptability. I don't want to talk so much about this because this is one of our achievements, and someone is going to talk about this and some success stories. FIS is known, is a leader and a champion here in MUST in interdisciplinary education with the programs that empower students to address pressing issues in the community. A case in point is the student community training that someone is going to talk about it, and even bringing about the testimonies and so on. Next. So in this event of reviewing this curricula, it's a moment of asking ourselves, how can we leverage science and technology to address needs of the community? Because this is now to fulfill the MUST vision and mission. And how can we ensure that our students are equipped to lead in a rapidly changing world? The world is not static, it's moving. So these are the questions that we can explore, and your contributions will guide our path forward. And I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for your support and for coming. And I wish also to thank my team. Recently, I was in Dar es Salaam. I was on leave, which I finished. It's ending tomorrow, of course, but I cut it short. I came over the weekend from Dar es Salaam, but my team was not sleeping. My team was working, so I really want to thank them. So let us engage in meaningful dialogue, share ideas, and work together and shape the future of interdisciplinary studies at MUST. And once again, I welcome you to MUST and FIS, and I look forward to a productive and inspiring day. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause to our Dean. Thank you very much, Dean, for taking us through the trajectory, but also helping us understand why we are here. I would like to recognize some people who have come in before I welcome our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Finance and Administration to welcome us officially and open this workshop. But I would like to recognize the presence of our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, Professor Nixon Kamkama. He's right here. Thank you so much, Prof, for coming and gracing this event. I would like to also recognize the presence of our academic registrar, Dr. Martha Choshaba Tuinamasko. Thank you so much. Our AR, you've done a commendable job at the AR's docket, and we appreciate that and your presence. We have other people who came in. We have some lecturers from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. I see a senior lecturer, Dr. Nema Murembe Kelemensia. She's right there. I've seen Madame Jackie Tumuhirwe, a lecturer in Gender and Applied Women Health program. I don't know if I missed out someone else who came in. Dr. Frank Kahimsiwe, our senior lecturer, is right here and has been very commendable in terms of the research that promotes the faculty to move from one level to another. I will be introducing other people as they come in. But we have, I think, the Senior Human Resource Officer from Mbarara City, Madame Slaina. Thank you very much for coming. I'll get the names of other people that I will introduce to you, but we are happy for the city leadership and the leadership of Mbarara District for supporting us and being here for this event. Because we directly fit into your agenda in the communities we work with. Let me now take this singular opportunity to welcome our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Finance and Administration, Associate Professor Charles Tushabomwekazova. He has a rich profile that I cannot explain now, but he has been the icon in MUST and for a long time serving this institution. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. And he's now acting, as I mentioned, as Vice Chancellor until the Vice Chancellor comes here. Thank you very much, Professor. You can address and open this officially. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Merit. Ladies and gentlemen, in absentia, the Vice Chancellor of Gulu University was here and is over there, so he's recognized. my colleague Nixon Kamukama, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, you are also recognized, and many of you. First and foremost, happy 2025. I am standing here on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika-Chibika, the Vice Chancellor of this great institution. And as you and me know, she is the first female Vice Chancellor for public universities. That's also an achievement from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. But very important, I'm standing here on my own behalf as an interested party. Why I'm saying interested party, FIS, or Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, is dear to my heart. My own personal story dates back to 1995 when the Department of the Service Course started. I was also involved in the teaching, both the service course and undergraduate and postgraduate. It has since been repackaged to a number of faculties, as the Dean, Madam Wendo, mentioned. But I also is a graduate of Faculty of Development Studies. And I'm now the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration. Of course, everybody in this room and those who are directly working in the faculty and those graduates of the faculty whom I have interacted with when I came in, you are what you are, like the way I'm what I am, because of the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I know you and me, you are a champion in the development of this country, and you are very useful. To further illustrate this, when I was doing my PhD, I registered in the faculty, and I graduated from the faculty. And the dean, Professor Pamela Mbabazi, is the one who read my name, like the majority of you. So, when I stand here to represent my senior colleague, the Vice Chancellor, and also to talk on my own behalf about Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and specifically Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, when we are thinking of reorganizing the faculty, repackaging the different courses, programs, it's pertinent that you and me applaud the management of the faculty of what you are doing. And for your own information, those who don't know, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, the staff in the faculty work smart. They are smart people, they are trained, they know what they do. And as Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and on behalf of my supervisor, the Vice Chancellor, thank you for upholding the banner of Mbarara University of Science and Technology high because of what you are doing. To repeat myself, like the wise counsel by Peter Kopp-Meyer, who emphasizes that when you repeat something, it's for purposes of perfection. So let me repeat myself, ladies and gentlemen. The faculty has sharpened me and you to what I am today. This is my own story as Charles Shabumikazoba, but you too have your own story to tell about the importance of interdisciplinary studies, the role which interdisciplinary research plays. Nowadays, you cannot write a proposal, even a paper. When you write a paper, you have to bring in component of interdisciplinary studies. Those components, you have to embed them, because if you don't embed them, you write the paper fine, but it will never be read. You write a proposal, but nobody will look at it. Instead, the first reader or the reviewer will pick it and throw it in the nearest dustbin. So interdisciplinary studies, interdisciplinary research is the key. Therefore, my own assertion, thank you, Dean, and your team, for correcting us, for bringing us here to reflect on the various courses, the various contents of the courses which we do. And I know by the end of today's discussion, and since we gave ourselves 5 p.m., we'll be coming up with the best courses, the best programs for this institution. It is therefore an honor to get the opportunity to make an opening remark. Indeed, an honor which none of us should underestimate. Of course, you and me, you know, university student enrollment is increasingly more diverse. It's changing. There are many people. People are coming to Mbarara University because they are looking what we give. And every time they want to continuously learn and see that they belong within the community. As a university, we are tactful in selecting the people to attend this engagement, the people to be invited for this stakeholder engagement or dialogue. And as I mentioned earlier on, the leadership of the faculty was very clear on this. As I mentioned, you were very smart, you are smart fellows. And the leadership of Dr. Wendell Olema. We targeted you because you are splendid. You are a tangible asset to this engagement. You are most welcome to your university, our alma mater. Your presence here today signifies the importance of positive collaboration in shaping curriculum for the future that not only impact knowledge, but also inspire solutions to the complex challenges facing communities. And I know whatever input we are going to come up with, it's for the purpose of inclusiveness, of equitable curriculum changes, and the university and Mbarara University of Science and Technology recognizes this. Your presence signifies a shared commitment to excellence and a mission to provide quality and relevant education that meets local, national, and global needs. It is expected that through today's dialogue, we seek your frank insights, expertise, feedback to refine programs that bridge the gap between academia, and the pressing needs of the communities. Let us therefore challenge ourselves. Think beyond traditional disciplines. And when the Dean was talking, you're already doing that, the way you are repackaging the programs. To integrate perspectives and to develop graduates who are not only skilled, but also equipped to drive technological innovations and sustainable development. Your contribution, ladies and gentlemen, will be invaluable as we work towards building interdisciplinary programs that reflect the dynamism and the needs of the community and society today. Can I emphasize this? Change is inevitable. Whatever change is inevitable, but very important. Do not be caught by unexpected, whether at an institutional level, whether at an individual level, but do not be caught by unexpected. The unavoidable circumstances, the unpredictable changes. But I would advise, do not waste time fighting change. This is a battle you need not be part of it. Instead, craft an amazing strategy of responding to change. Of course, what we are doing, Dean, when you are repackaging the different courses and programs, This is the strategy. You are not fighting change, but you are responding to change and coming up with an amazing strategy of addressing that change. Let me share with you two stories. One is personal, then another one is what I see. Let me start with the personal story on how change, you should not fight it, and how you should respond to change. In October 1986, I was at University of Birmingham. But please, ladies and gentlemen, when I mention 1986, don't start putting that one an age to me, please. I'm 35 years old. But the point is that I was at University of Birmingham, and I was not used to holding umbrellas. So when I reached there, that was in October, 1st October. For that week, I bought an umbrella. The first time I stepped out of my room where I was staying, I was used the strategy of holding an umbrella upside up. Just holding up. Now, as I stepped out with the wind that was coming, the first umbrella disappeared. It was taken by the wind. And, you know, I thought I was smart enough. So I had to run to pick it. Again, the wind had to take it. Again, trying to catch it. Now, I bought the first one, the second one, the third one, and the fourth one. All disappeared. Then when I was reflecting in my room, I said, what? Remember, I couldn't fight with the wind. So I stood on the bus stop, and I was seeing how people were holding the umbrella. So whenever the wind would come from this direction, I could see them pointing the umbrella there. Now I see the wind changing, pointing. So this time, because I had come up with a strategy, learned a strategy, I went and bought an umbrella. So whenever the wind would come from that direction, I would point it there. That was a strategy. I couldn't succeed fighting the wind. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, before I tell my second story, is that we cannot fight the wind of change, the thinking that this is Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and therefore we should come up with courses that address, that integrate science, integrate technology, integrate environment, integrate the new changes. And thank you for inviting us and calling us not to fight the change, but to come up with a strategy of addressing the change. My second story is this. It's of a tree. When there is a wind, the tree, the branches of the tree will move to the direction of the wind, but it will remain rooted in the ground. When the wind changes, again. But sometimes stubborn trees, those that don't want to move with the direction of the wind, they have been uprooted. Branches have been broken. We can learn from that. It's a simple story, but we can. Let us come up with strategies of addressing this. And I need to thank you. Using the words of Brian Tracy in his book, and I quote, Reinvention, How to Make the Rest of Your Life the Best of Your Life. He came up with 7 R's. And these are reevaluating, rethinking, recognizing, restructuring, reengineering, reinventing, and last, by no means the least, regaining control. What we need to do as an institution, as a department, as a faculty, and all the academic units, let us embrace the 7 R's. To target and get the job we want. To turn the unexpected and the seemingly negative into growth opportunities. A short reflection on the ranking of the universities. Sometimes we are placed under number 2, sometimes we are placed under number 3, not number 1. But if you take into consideration all the parameters of ranking universities, just recently we were in Parliament and this information was given by Professor Joy Kwesiga, the Vice Chancellor of Kabale University. Mbarara University becomes number 1 and Kabale University becomes number 2. But why do we become number 1? It's because of you and me. And specifically at Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, these are statistics, they are there. When you look at the professor-student ratio, you look at the doctors, PhD holders, and student ratio, mostly doctors and student ratio, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies is number 1. Go and check. That's one aspect. Of course, when you are a doctor, you are expected to stand out as far as teaching, research, and community engagement and innovations are concerned. When you look at people who are doing research, and you look at the number of staff in the faculty, you look at the number of research that is coming out, and you take a proportion, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies stands out. These are facts, and even the monetary value. But I do know, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, you have tended to get funding from European Union. Most of you are getting from there. I know IDRC, there are 2 proposals which are running, which we have got from there. Can I suggest reorganize yourself and think of getting funding from other areas? Even when you look at the publication staff ratio, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies again tops the list. Therefore, when we are talking about the ranking of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, thank you, team, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, for the job well done. As a must, we pride ourselves on advancing science, technology, and their practical application to community development, and the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies is at the heart of this endeavor. As we embark on this journey of repackaging, re-engineering, reinventing, regaining control, reorganizing ourselves, rethinking of what we are doing, let us remain guided by our vision of becoming a center of academic and professional excellence in science and technology. To all the stakeholders, a fruitful and engaging session. With the powers now entrusted to me, I think, Robert, you can listen to this statement. With Robert Vitaro, Doctor, with the powers entrusted to me, ladies and gentlemen, I declare this stakeholder engagement opened, and I thank you.
What a rich history. Let's clap for Professor Kazoba for re-energizing us in this process of making review these curricula. Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing your history. And indeed it is true, because some of us have been groomed by the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. Actually, when you go across the globe, we have very many alumni who are well placed in wonderful positions that attest that their training has been spot on and they are contributing to the general societal transformation. Thank you so much, Professor, for sharing those insights and advising us that we need to move by the transition. We need to move by change. We need to manage change because change is a fact of life. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our university planner, Madame Robina Nakato. Thank you so much for joining us, and a member of top management. Thank you very much. I remind you that in our note-taking and rapporteuring, we are equally picking out key messages for informing the strategic plan as advised by the planner. So we are picking up some areas, we have put someone aside to pick up the messages that can be integrated in our next strategic plan. So this given, I would like to mention just one thing on that password, and then we go for a cup of tea. Where you see an O, it is actually, where you see a 0, it is actually an O. So for some of you who are struggling with the password, the Wi-Fi, the password is Vegas at 2025, not 2025. I think that was Yeah, that was affecting many people. So we are now going for a cup of tea, and it will take us only 15 minutes to come back and engage in other productive ventures, but you are all welcome once again. We are happy to see you. I had an Indian friend, he would see you and say, when I see you, my friend, I happy. So when we see you, we happy. He had two words that he knew. When I see you, I happy. And the second one was, things don't happen, we happen them. So we are here to happen things, and we have seen you. We are very happy. We want to welcome our senior citizen, our senior scholar, Dr. Gad Ruzaza. He's in the house. Thank you so much, Dr. Gad. He has been a champion of community engagement program since the COBAS program started at MAST. Thank you so much for coming. We associate with you highly. Let's now move on to a cup of tea. I will lead a prayer, and then we move to having our tea and come back in 15 minutes. Lord Heavenly Father, we thank you, we bless your name. You're God and you remain above all things. We pray for our tea. May it nourish our bodies for your kingdom to grow through the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Thank you. So Professor Kazova, Professor Nixon, and the council members lead us to, tea will be served just opposite where we are, and then we can do a quick recap of that, and then come back for other important and interesting presentations. Thank you very much. We have our crew. We want to thank you, the alumni. In social development. He's a recognized author of books. That's why in the program you see the word author. And one of the famous books that he has written, which is very interesting, is called The Rabbit on the Pulpit. That is interesting. You can find out more. So at this time, I was trying to see how we can get in people and get started, but I think we will not wait for everyone. But I didn't tell you, in the house we have our headmaster for the faculty. And he's a former dean, Dr. Rogers Barrio. We call them headmaster. So we are happy that you've joined us. And more interestingly, apart from one dean that is not here, but all the other deans that have served the faculty are with us. From Professor Pamela Mbabazi to Professor Roberts Mulisa, from Professor Roberts Mulisa, Dr. Viola Nyakato, they are all there. And then from there, Dr. Rogers Barrio, and now Mama Dr. Wendo Olema Marhagwa. You can see that the faculty has sustainably kept their staff, and we thank God for that. So at this time, I would like to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor to take his seat, because the keynote speaker cannot do without the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic affairs. We also have our International Relations Officer, who is always present with us. Madame Sheila Ninye is here. So let me invite Angel, the Public Relations Officer of MAST, to come here. Angel is the one that will introduce for us, because we thought Professor Openjuru, having had some blood relationship with Ankole, you needed to be welcomed well in the land of honey and milk. So we want to invite this wonderful, beautiful lady to invite you to come here and talk to this audience that will attentively listen to you. The language we are talking, ladies and gentlemen, is interdisciplinarity, because it has been coined as an icon for sustainable development. If you look at even Agenda 2030, all these issues are integrated. Secondly, the world is now moving interdisciplinarily, because you cannot move and operate in silos. So that's the language that Professor is ably going to explain with his expertise. But let me request Madame Angel to introduce our Professor George Openjuru. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Twena Masco. Our keynote speaker, Professor George Openjuru Lada, our representative from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Councillor Bernard, public servants here present, district and local leaders, council members present, senators, top management, staff and faculty of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, notably the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, the students and alumni. I stand here before you today as a proud alumna of this faculty. I studied there and it made me who I am today. If I don't perform well, blame my lecturers. If I perform well, give them the flowers. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday at the graduation of Makerere University, the president's message had something I noted. They said, every university has to teach political economy. If you heard that, raise your hand. Aye, someone has put up 2 hands. So please, when they advertise, stay in Mbarara University and we become the benchmark of all these universities. Mr. Vice Chancellor, we shall teach other universities. We make sure that our people are the ones to lead and others follow. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have our keynote speaker. He's a Ugandan educator and administrator. He's an alumna of Makerere University. He pursued his bachelor's degree in arts with education. He pursued his master's in education and focused on adult education in KwaZulu-Natal University in South Africa. His PhD focused on education. What more can we need than someone who has such a background? He has received notable awards and Nobel Prizes in academics. He has risen through the ranks of academics, starting from acting head of department of the Department of Community Education and Extramural Studies. He has been an acting director in the Institute of Adult and Continuing Education at Makerere University. He was the dean at the School of Direct and Lifelong Learning Education and External Studies in Makerere. Ladies and gentlemen, from Makerere, the 30 years he served in Makerere, over 30 years, he then joined Gulu University. While there, he was the first acting deputy vice chancellor. He rose through the ranks and became a substantive first deputy vice chancellor. He is now the vice chancellor of Gulu University. Let's put our hands together for the person going to give us the keynote speech. He is a father, he's a grandfather yet, and he's going to speak to us with a good background and experience. Ladies and gentlemen, he is an academician. Who else could we invite? He could not wait for me to mention his name. He came to the podium. Let's put our hands together for Professor George Openjuru Lada.
Thank you very much for those accolades. Okay, thank you. Allow me to stand on the protocol already established by the previous speaker and particularly the person who has just introduced me. Yeah, I'm now the Vice Chancellor of Gulu University in my second term. What he did not mention was that I'm the chairperson of all the Vice Chancellors in Uganda. I think my term of office is ending in March. For another period of time. So I'm glad to be here in this particular stakeholder consultation. And I was particularly keen to come because of interdisciplinarity. One of the speakers mentioned my relationship in this place. Yes. I come from Ibanda. My name here is Kyoshaba Openjuru. Yeah, my in-laws are just next door here in place called Kigarama, a suburb of Mbarara. I usually go there, but today I did not want to go there because I'll become a very important guest. And I didn't want to do that to interfere with this program. So I'm happy to be here. It's not my first time, I'm always here for many other things. Championing humanities and interdisciplinarity in science and technology is the subject that we are going to engage with. And I'm particularly passionate about this. And I was particularly intrigued that Mbarara University of Science and Technology has the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. I am part of the scholars who actually don't want disciplinary silos. And I was wondering why Mbarara University of Science and Technology faculty members are not visible in that circle. We are what we call the post-colonial academics. We do not want to go with the colonial academic of disciplinarity. Why am I saying we are post-colonial? I could even say we are the colonial academics. Because in life, human beings don't live disciplinary. You do not get a person living only a science life, or a person living only a historical life, or a social science life, or a humanities life. No. There is only one life, and it straddles all disciplines. So these disciplinary confinements, creating silos, and not wanting to talk to each other is a restriction that we need to overcome. And I'm happy that the Dean has already alluded to that. Specifically, I'm supposed to discuss with you championing humanities and interdisciplinary approach in a science and technology space. This is particularly important now when science is in one way or the other becoming cannibalistic. Raw science. And if not checked, we will be regretting shortly with the development of artificial intelligence. We need the most important thing in life or in learning is human survival, not human extinction. So if we are to promote human survival, we need to understand human beings, not as a biological substance, but as a human being. The most important aspect about human life is not its biological element. Because I believe the scientists already know that if your social environment is not properly arranged, even your biological existence will get disfigured. Will get disfigured. And let me just give a sad story now. Just this morning, when I woke up, the first information I got almost made me cry. A colleague worked in our university up to age 70, not a professor. And we told him, you can now go home. And indeed, he was still struggling to continue to work. So we picked him off the payroll. He never lasted. He died this morning. And I called the bursar. I said, my friend, we need to rethink how we manage exit. Human resource, where are you? We need to think how we manage exit, especially for university academics. Civil servants, I think, do better than us, professors. So what am I trying to say? If your sociology, let me put it that way, even your bio, that separation, even in the teaching process, shouldn't be encouraged. So in today's fast-paced world of technological advancement, science and technology shapes society. Now, let us get off the individual and look at society as a whole. Right now, can you go to the next slide, please? Yes. Right now, if you begin to see dominancy, you will see that science promotes that dominancy. And the ones who own advanced science control the people who have the less advanced science. So that is how science configure. So without humanity's crucial element, such as ethics, human experience, and societal implication, if these are overlooked, then even human relations will not be properly arranged, with one group wanting to wipe out the other using their own science. I understand there is another problem coming from China again. We just had COVID-19. They blame it on China. Okay, we had our HIV/AIDS. They blame it on Africa, wherever it came from, but we don't have laboratories here. We had Ebola in Gulu. They blame it on Africa, but we don't have laboratories here. We suspect it. Then COVID-19, HIV/AIDS, COVID-19. There is this one whose names I can't even pronounce. Immuno something coming. That is what we call reckless science. Reckless pursuits of science without consideration of people. They were trying to weaponize some bacteria. That is not science. What is science, maybe? But science without humanity. Weaponization of bacteria, maybe as a way of dissemination of certain vaccines they want to spread in the population, or as a way of creating some dominancy and selling some products. That is in human science. That is why the element of science is humanity, is important in human beings. So let us not promote raw science for science's sake. Other people have promoted raw science to protect their own communities and destroy other communities, which we think is not good. We know the kind of science that were being promoted. In America, experimentation being done on African Americans, the science of Hitler for the extermination of inferior races. That is raw science. Sometimes for the pleasure of the scientist. Now, I know we now have gone to monkeys, but that is still life. Why must we do science against the promotion of life? Against the promotion of life. And then we conjure up harmful science that destroys life. We should thank our president for helping us with COVID-19. If this one reaches here, I hope we will have the strength to also again help us with whatever it is. virus that is coming again. So we need to do what we call historical analysis, which highlights the societal impact of the Industrial Revolution, offering lessons for today's technological innovations. So if you want to be a good science university, you must study history and the history of science to give meaning to the science that you are advancing. You must study sociology of science, and how technology and science relates with society, and what invention enhances society. Because that is the purpose of science. Without doing that, we cannot achieve much. We cannot achieve much. I know most of us here, including myself, we are products of disciplinarity. Some of us are disengaging forcefully, but we are products of disciplinarity. But we want to create interdisciplinarity. I was telling somebody, you heard I studied at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I taught medical doctors. And what was I teaching them? Community development. They were coming from Faculty of Medicine in University of KwaZulu-Natal to my class to be taught. It shocked me first, because I was just teaching a group of students. I didn't know who they were. But when I started asking, what programs are you doing as part of the introduction? Then one says, I'm doing MBCHB. I just stopped short of mentioning the word. Why are you here? Because I thought a medical doctor should not be doing what? Community development studies. Community development studies. I understand development studies is now the hated discipline. But the doctor was there, and there were many. They would run to come for that program. And I thought they were ahead of us as a university and as students who were coming for that program. So why do we have to ethical consideration? We need to do ethical reflection, and we need to have ethical frameworks in any scientific development. So advancement in artificial intelligence and genetic engineering creates a lot of ethical challenges. I'm telling you, genetic colonialism is already in. GMO. It is because we are doing science without humanity. So what is being done is very unethical. To take the rights of a farmer to prepare his own seeds. The purpose is for control. Now, all farmers, let's take maize. If you want to grow maize, you must go to the seed companies. At the time some of us were growing, there were no seed shops. We used to buy onions, even tomatoes. There were no seed shops, but now seed shops are the in thing. So you grow your maize, you cannot select some maize and grow them again. They will not grow. And the worst one are that the current maize that we buy are predatory maize. Predatory maize. I don't know if I say predatory maize, whether you understand. They are predatory in the sense that if you still insist on the original seeds and you plant it And the neighbor has planted the GM seeds, the GM maize. The pollen of the other one will come and destroy this seed or reconfigure them to become like them. So that if you grow it, it will also not grow. That means you just grow it. And in the next season, you are gone. You must now go and buy. Now, the science which created this seed, is it good science or exploitative science? Is that the science we want to promote in MUST? Mbarara University of Science and Technology, who do you want to control? We are being controlled by others. Instead of promoting reversed science, we are promoting that science. Predatory science. And now we are struggling. If you want to grow the local maize seed, you must go into a forest and calculate wind direction and ensure that bees and butterflies from the other maize garden does not reach your garden. What are we running from? Do you see? In other words, the natural environment of natural science which exists with humanities, the pre-colonial science, is gone. You cannot tell me that before the whites came, we didn't have science. How did we domesticate crops? Was it not science? It was science. And our science ensured autonomy of households. Now, if you are to grow maize, you must sell some for money and then go to buy more seeds in the next season. So the seed person can now begin to hike prices. So genetic modification, should they be allowed for non-therapeutic purpose? Artificial intelligence, respect for human rights. We are beginning to fear robots. Yesterday I was just casual. I came tired and I wanted to say, okay, tomorrow I'm going to be talking about this. Let me check what is going on in the scientific world. So I Googled. And then they brought me artificial intelligence. And somebody was conversing. Are you going to destroy human beings? Yeah. They are becoming autonomous. And there are now, the latest, that is the one I got yesterday. They are beginning to invent artificial brains. Brain matter is being invented. Forget about computer networking. Real brain stem cells invention. They are inventing real brains and putting it on those artificial intelligence. They are becoming autonomous. And if they start to regenerate themselves and make themselves, then we will have to engage with another level of science. So how can we achieve a human-first science? So humanities has a role. Humanities has a role exploring the moral dilemmas through philosophy and ethical theories. So there is absolutely no way we can do science without humanities, without social science in the same space, in the same science and technology space. There is this technology, the CRISPR technology. This is sparking debates on designer babies and biodiversity. You know, genetically modified animals. Must we create other animals not created through the natural process? Laboratory created animals, laboratory created human beings? Yes, they're already there. So those are the things that we need to look into before we can kick off humanities from a science space. We need to look at that. So how do we enhance ethical innovations? We need what we call a collaboration for inclusive innovation. Collaboration between scientists, humanists, and social scientists, I have been saying this again and again, can guide innovation to be more inclusive and ethical. Inclusivity. If they were making these Monsanto seeds, and we as African peasant farmers are there, would we allow it to be a terminator seed? I don't think we would allow that, to have a terminator seed. If they wanted to make a terminator seed because of high yield, then they shouldn't have made a predatory seed. A seed that kills the other one. If you grow them together, it just destroys the other one. Why should it not be the reverse? That the other one destroys this one, which is made in the laboratory. So we need to work together, all of us, as scientists, technologists, humanists, sociologists, or social scientists, so that we can create a morally upright, inclusive, and ethical science. And ethical science. So developing unbiased artificial intelligence by involving social scientists during the design phase is important. But what they like about them is to create human behaviors, facial expression. There is this artificial, this AI lady. I don't know why they like making ladies. They talk to her and then she reacts. She has facial experience. She even gets annoyed and what have you. I rarely see men. They like making women. Those robots. Maybe that is where the combination, but in it we should care about humanities. Maybe that is why they're concerned about robots. So we minimize the negative consequences that can arise. So this collaborative participation minimizes unintended consequences and enhances societal truth in new technologies. And this must be done as a practice and consciously embedded in all scientific environment, all scientific and technological space. So science and technology evolved with unique cultural and societal contexts. As Africans, what must we promote? What should we have an African-based science technology? Not these ones which ignore us. We have a lot of technology which is being developed without us, and they are not developed for us. All this technology come with their cultural hang-ups. They are just promoting control by the inventors of those technologies. So understanding these contexts prevents misuse of or unequal distribution of technology. I think Mbarara University of Science and Technology must, as a priority, be promoting innovations and technologies which are based on African culture. And they cannot do that by exiting disciplines which promote the study of African society. cannot do that. Or else you end up inadvertently promoting technology that enhances your control. So introducing renewable energy solution tailored to local cultural and economic practices foster acceptance and effectiveness. Let me tell you something which happened maybe accidentally or maybe out of market interest. Have we taken interest in the mobile phone? Compare it to the previous landline. Check the spread of the landline. I once had a conversation. I was in Katakwi with somebody working in the telecommunication sector. At that time, Uganda Post and Telecommunication Corporation. So I complained that there is no telephone in Katakwi. I wanted to make a call to my wife. Mobile phones were not yet there. I know some of you think this one is Kujurati because you grew up at a time when you don't know that that existed. But we lived at a time when you want to make a call, you have got to look for a telephone box to make a call, and there was nothing. So I complained to this gentleman. He says, but how many people are there who can pay for a telephone set? And then I thought he had a very good argument, but eventually I thought he was very stupid. Because I said, must you first look for how many people can buy, or should you look for how many people can appreciate the value of this gadget? And you remember when Celltel came, it was Celltel, I think. They first went to Arua, because Arua had a lot of tycoons and money. And then when MTN came, they said they're going to connect everybody. And I'm telling you, even the poorest peasant in the village has a capability. Am I not right? What happened? It is because the technology is inclusive. Doesn't matter whether you are in the deepest forest, so long as you can see a tower in your forest, you can communicate. But this one of pulling lines, it couldn't, of course, reach Katakwi, and that was the challenge. Not that there was nobody to pay for it. Or maybe the installation cost was too high. Now we have forgotten that used to be a problem. I personally have almost 3 lines, me alone. I use one. The others I use for internet, the others I even forget about. There are others I use for backup, including if my airtime gets finished without me knowing, then I switch to the next one, which I don't use occasionally. It became available. So those are the innovations that take into account how people live and where they live and how they want to live, but not trying to control how they should live. So we need to promote science that promotes life, something that I have said. The cultural context needs to be brought into play. So I go to the communication and public engagement. Now, this is where the scientists must, as a requirement, engage with with society. How are you going to do that? If you invent a vaccine, you must ensure that vaccines are taken. If you invent a mobile phone, you must ensure that it is used. So you must communicate. So using relatable stories in public campaign increases vaccine acceptability, the vaccine uptake. The vaccination rates go up. If you don't, we run away from it. We use narratives and storytelling And we use effectiveness, effective communication, to bridge the gap between technical expert and public expert. For example, all science must have policies to control its utilization or its uptake, technological uptake. I went to a technical school. I saw a lot of hydroforms, this brick making with the raw soil, still in usable condition, can be used. I said, why are they not being used? He said, we try to sell the bricks out of this product. Nobody wants to buy them. But in South Africa, they are famous. Nobody wants to buy. Maybe the communication was not all right. They still go and cut down our trees, make these wet bricks, and then fire them to make the buildings. But if you train people, you communicate to users who are really people, ordinary people, not scientists. For quality, you must use it like this, like this, like this. So the people who use that brick, they use it badly, and then their walls came down, and then the product was left. And a lot of money invested by government to train people was lost. And then the technology was abandoned. The people who were trained could not deploy their skills, and they remained jobless. Because if people are not buying the products, then where are you going to sell? Who's going to pay you to make those bricks? That is one way. Users. What about policymakers? They are politicians. And politicians can only understand things communicated to them in a certain way. Now, you do raw science without humanities. In that space, are you doing real science? You are doing artificial science, which should not be encouraged. I participated in a study, talk of genetic issues. I participated in that study. Mosquito, you know, we want to struggle against malaria, but we do not know, the scientists have not yet told us, we have this mosquito which carries malaria and we don't like that. But what other things are they doing? Sometimes there is a tendency of knowing things or people by the bad things they do. I think that is natural. If you eliminate mosquitoes, don't you think you will create something that mosquito was stopping? We don't want mosquito because of malaria, all right. But what other things are mosquito doing which we do not know, for which we do not need to eliminate mosquito? So we wanted to create, how do we inform the public about genetically modified mosquito released into nature, which if it interacts with the natural mosquitoes, it makes them infertile. In other words, we release the male ones. We release the male genetically modified mosquitoes, and then they go interacting with the female ones, the ones who really do the malaria, and then they cannot reproduce. But then what will this released male do, and what will the elimination of the other species do? Those are the considerations that communication come into play with. We need to combine and bridge the gaps between the expert and the public in doing our science. So where is the importance, therefore, of interdisciplinary approaches? It helps us to address modern challenges. It requires input from diverse disciplines. The issues of climate change, combined scientific data, ethical, reasoning and cultural analysis. And the issues to combine with the issue very simple thing around many conferences where I said the wiping away of African culture is responsible for environmental catastrophe. We had our culture, which we thought were very meaningless. That you don't cut trees without killing a chicken. You don't enter any forest anyhow, because the forest owners and the forest gods are still there. Of course, it looks it sounds superstitious. Maybe it was. So, the missionaries came and told us that, no, those are lies. There are no gods. God exists in heaven. They don't stay in the forest. So we have cut down the trees. And now, one of my conference colleagues says, the gods are actually now punishing us. I'm happy they are punishing them who told us that those gods are not there. The gods are there. They are now punishing us. So God does not necessarily have to be some omnipotent, but it is how you exist in the environment and relates with the trees. See, or if the trees are habitats for the gods, you don't go destroying them. Even hunting was controlled hunting. In our culture, you don't kill a nursing antelope. You look for the male. If you kill a nursing and you discover it was nothing, you must perform rituals. And rituals are very hard to perform, so you just avoid performing it. You don't go killing animals anyhow. You don't kill a pregnant one. Even a pregnant snake, you don't kill it. You must put it with a stick and take it away. And you know it's going to produce snakes which are dangerous, but it is pregnant. You got to leave it. All those are deemed superstitious, and we have started destroying our environment recklessly, and it is visiting us. Maybe after 100 years or so. But it means we had a culture which controlled us. Our learning was spiritualized. With this, the science was spiritualized. Let me put the science. When children, young children in Africa walk naked. I am talking about both pre-colonial and then what we do in the post-colonial. The children walk naked, and then when they go around, easing themselves, they don't clean up, and they like sitting carelessly. And sometimes they sit on the grinding stone. This thing we use for grinding millets. And when they sit with their empty behind on the millet, they leave theirs, whatever they have been doing. And then if you come to grind, you grind that. And then it causes stomach problem. That is science. But you say your mother will die if you sit on the grinding stone. Now, do you mean the person who says your mother will die knows that the mother is not going to die? But for this child to stop sitting on the stone, you must tell them an important person in his life is going to die. So they don't sit. So you can see science with humanity in coexistence. But now we just want to promote science for science's sake and do what with it if it is not promoting human life. I talk for humanities in science space. Now we have issues of cybersecurity and all that kind of thing. There are all legal issues and philosophies and rules and regulations that must be done. And if rules and regulations are to be created, lawyers must understand. And these lawyers are not scientists. There are, of course, challenges. Institutional silos, and I think this is why I was invited here. Creating silos. Some people misunderstand specialization. If if we are Mbarara University of Science and Technology, which actually started as a medical university, therefore anything called humanities must not exist. Therefore, fundings will not be given for researches into non-science activities, which is unethical, I should say. Because we need to interface with everybody, interface with the ordinary users of science product, interface with the people who are creating the legal frame of the use of those technologies. We need to interface with policymakers to create policies to regulate those science. We need to interface. So you cannot exist in silos. So in conclusion, I would like to say, integrating humanities within science and technology space is important. It's critical for the balance, for a balanced approach to progress. You cannot do progress without this integration, without interdisciplinarity. It promotes ethical, cultural, and human-centered innovation. You cannot innovate without humanity. It encourages comprehensive solutions to complex problems. And then finally, it ensures that the advancement contributes positively to society. And that is the most important activities. There was an abbreviation there, which I mentioned, the CRISPR. This relates to clustered regulatory. I don't know whether it is the footnotes. The footnote is in the paper which I wrote. Clustered, regularly interspaced, short, palindromic repeat. It's a technology that research scientists use to selectively modify DNA of living organisms. That we need to control with science. That we need to control with science. So without humanities, science should not exist, is my final statement. Without humanities, without social science, science should not exist. I know it's an outrageous statement in a university of science and technology. Thank you very much.
Let us again clap for Professor Openjuru until he sits, because you're not, now I can feel that, that's one of the ways of showing that we have listened to a wonderful keynote speech. Thank you very much. And I would like to appreciate your conclusion. You're spot on, because we look at quite a number of issues that have come out. Since we have the reflectors, I'm not going to preempt what is being said, because I would have gone into the discussion, but then we have planned that two people take charge of this, and I will ask the organizing committee to arrange two chairs here, so that we can have the two people that I'm going to mention joining us for a reflection moment. As that is being arranged, I would like to appreciate our senior alumni. Why I'm calling them senior alumni, because they have just showed us that our training has impacted on their lives, and they were able to come and join us. I know there are many seniors. When I say that, of course, Professor Kazova is part of the seniors, but we have those in local government that I want to introduce to you. We have Mr. Mugabe Joseph. Can you stand up for recognition and remain standing? That's our alumni He's a senior community development officer in Tungamo district. We have Mr. Turingana Felix. Please keep standing because I want the public to know that we have impacted society. Mr. Turingana Felix is the Principal Community Development Officer, Shema District. We have Mr. Mohanji Nelson. Wow, quite great men out there. The Deputy Division Town Clerk, Mbarara City South Division. All the way from Interdisciplinary Studies faculty. Dorcas Achen, Madam, yet to be doctor. Can you stand up for recognition? She's an assistant lecturer at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Madam Katusime Sulaina, right there. She's the Principal Human Resource Officer for Mbarara City. Actually, when we say principal, you people don't underrate that. She's the overall recruitment officer and the manager of human resources for Mbarara City. Can't we clap for that? I will show you other members, but we also have Mr. Ganshanga Ambrose, who is a part-time lecturer in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. Personally, I have attested the beauty of this education in that building, and you can see my role at MAST. So, and we have Dr. Cleophas Karoma. They are here. Okay, let me ask the alumni from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Faculty of Development Studies. If you know that you have gone through that faculty, please stand up for recognition. Let's clap for this great team. So we are, wow, what a wonderful contribution to society and MAST and also the communities neighboring us. So let me now invite, I will introduce Eculate Arikosi Mariam, who is a former guild president at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Actually, the first female guild president. Second guild president. Can we clap for her? She did a Bachelor of Science in Gender and Applied Women Health. And she has currently finished the Master of Science in Medical Anthropology in the United Kingdom. And Acculate has done well for us. She has been our ambassador at different fora. And Acculate served most diligently when she was in her term of office as a guild president. And we still cling on some of your contribution, Madam, Your Excellency. So I would like now to mention that the other person that is coming on is the one that I called author. I remember the author. The rabbit on the parapet. What a message is that? The rabbit on the parapet. And that message was so spiking. This is one of the people that I'm going to ask Angela to introduce as he comes and joins Eculate. Angela, please.
Thank you so much. Dr. Medad, he'll tell us the rabbit at the pulpit, the monologue and diary of the COVID-19 worker. He's the commissioner. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, he is a policy and legal development expert. He's a seasoned he's a seasoned developer in diverse law. By this, he falls anywhere. Take him anywhere, he'll be there. He is one of the brains behind Equal Opportunities Commission Uganda, where the pioneer dean of this faculty is working, Professor Pamela Mbabazi. Ladies and gentlemen, the rabbit at the pulpit is continuing to enlighten and welcome everyone in this field, but he worked as the secretary to the Equal Opportunity when they started, and later on as an assistant commissioner for labor, and then also as an assistant commissioner for the Ministry of Labor, but as well as an inspector. While there, he undertook over 1,000 labor cases for mediation and reconciliation. I expected people of conflict to clap here because he's a mediator and doesn't like conflict. He has impacted so many lives, and he has implemented all 6 labor laws in Uganda without prejudice. Ladies and gentlemen, currently, he is working as the Commissioner for Equality and Rights in the Ministry of Gender and Labor Social Development. While he's also there, he still oversees the equal opportunity role. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Chancellor Bernard Mujuni, who is called the rabbit at the pulpit. Let's clap for him as he comes forward. He is going to help us dissect the presentation of the keynote speaker, as well as our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seat, and I'm delighted to see you here. And before you start, you'll tell us what the rabbit at the pulpit means, and as well as the monologue of the COVID walk, all those terms. You're branding yourself. We need to hear Mbarara University in that. Yes. With us here before he speaks to us, allow me to welcome the deans present in the house from other faculties. We had Dean Obongoloch here with us. I think he left shortly, but we also have Associate Professor Joseph Ngonzi, Faculty of Medicine, the person who first welcomed service course. Please stand up for recognition, Mr. Professor Ngonzi. Thank you, and thank you for teaching doctors about the realities of life through our faculty. Yes. Gender doesn't work here, but we appreciate whoever goes first.
Thank you very much. Our keynote speaker, Professor George Openjuru, the Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Dr. Wendo, and all the accompanying staff from FIS. All distinguished guests present, good afternoon. My name is Mariam Ichulet Arikosi. Trust me, with all my 3 years at MAST, very many people still fail to get that name. But I'm very privileged to be here. I'm an alumni of Mbarara University of Technology, where I pursued a Bachelor of Science in Gender and Applied Women Health at this hosting faculty. I was actually quite surprised when I came and I found that my program has now changed to Bachelor of Science in Gender and Public Health. But it's quite fitting because we actually faced a number of issues explaining the program. It was more of public health, and yet we had the Applied Women Health. It's with great honor that I am sharing reflections on your keynote speech, Professor. It was very thought-provoking and enlightening. One thing that, for those of us who come from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, it almost felt like another lecture, another course unit, because very many of the things you shared are ingrained in all the different course units. And it just reaffirmed my determination to keep spearheading the interests and ideals of interdisciplinarity. You eloquently mentioned about how disciplinary integration is actually very focal in ensuring that the concerns of the complex real-world issues are actually managed. Because like you mentioned, very many of the world's challenges have a complex and multifaceted arm. And when we do not have those insights and looking at things ethically, there definitely is going to be more emphasis on profit and gain as opposed to what actually benefits humanity. And one thing you mentioned that caught me was the fact that people are not communicating, people are not talking. So interdisciplinarity is actually anchored on communication. If there is no willingness to communicate and engage, there definitely will not be any space for interdisciplinarity. And like you said, the dominance and the supposed protection of knowledge, where some disciplines or individuals may feel like they are there to maintain the boundaries and the fence of knowledge, is what has brought this failure to encourage interdisciplinarity. And that made me realize that in one way or another, for us to actually communicate, we have to be willing to yield control. For those who are for so long, whether in the pre-colonial, or whether in the colonial, pre-colonial, or post-colonial times, whoever had the power has to be willing to actually yield that control. And the unwillingness to yield that control is what is making us fail to have such open conversations. And which is why you'll find programs in bioengineering, in artificial intelligence, that do not have other disciplines involved because they aren't willing to yield that control. Even just having a panel discussion, it means that he must listen to me and I must listen to him. And there must be an element of respect for each other. So without that willingness to yield control, for those who have done, many of us have actually studied gender, we know that we need to deconstruct the previous power dynamics, and that can only be done if those who hold that power are willing to take a backseat and share that power. So in this room, you have taught us once again that in one way or another, whoever knows they hold power or they hold control over space, for you to actually be a champion of interdisciplinarity, you must be the first person to step aside and allow others to join you. And your keynote brought that back home. A critical takeaway is about the emphasis on community and public engagement. Very many of us in this room, of course, we have a lot of academia, a lot of elite people in the world. But from your keynote, you took us back to the community, the public, because whatever we do, any advancements in science and technology should at first, at the core, be for the benefit of the community. Not for profit, not for money, not for global control, which we have seen has been some of the prevailing motivating factors. It's actually for the public and the community. And when you talk about communication, that same public and community has to be involved in the discussion. And we as academics, as professionals, as people who are applying these disciplines, must bring them on the table, not just as people who are going to give their presentations, but as co-creators, co-designers, collaborators, as in a way equal partners. And we have failed. One of the biggest failures is when we don't see each other as equal partners, as comrades in the trade. We see maybe we maintain that hierarchy of this discipline is better. This one at the end has overall say. Even when we have a discussion, there is one or two who we know has the overwhelming closing remarks. Now, when we bring the other disciplines, not just in the same space of academia, but also the community, the researchers, the people who are working on ground, the historians, the lawyers, and all the different disciplines, the traditional leaders. And the program of FIS does a good job of, at the onset, one of the first lectures we have, breaks down our preconceived notions, our preconceived biases that we actually don't even know we have. And that gives us an open platform to actually start engaging. 1 year after finishing my program, that's in 2022, I managed to get an exchange program in Canada where I was able to go and listen and work with the different First Nation communities in Canada. And previously, before going, of course, we all know, as Ugandans, we have a preconceived notion of what Canada is. You know, they have one of the best healthcare in the world. They are leading advancements in technology and science. And I knew that because that's what I saw in the media, that's what I saw on very many of the publicized podcasts and news about Canada. But then when I went to Canada myself, I, first of all, had to face my preconceived notions of what I thought Canada was. I went to the most vulnerable communities there, and I realized that we are more alike than we are different. And while I was meeting those communities, it was my training in community engagement, doing those transit walks, doing that resource mapping, having that open willingness to engage is what helped me to thrive in that space. Now, while I was there, I was working with the cultural leaders in the First communities, and they too have a pre-colonial history that we shared. And because of our similarity in that way, we were able to actually connect more and then put aside our preconceived notions and then work together going forward. Now, I realized that the value that very many of the other countries have is they are willing to bring people from different cultures, come to their country, and then there is an element of trying to hear from you, ask you to critique what they are doing, and then they can actually try to improve it. So I realized that the that is at FIS prepares us not just for our communities, despite us going to the STP in the neighboring areas, prepares us to actually be global leaders. So I found myself quickly adapting to a new space because I had that background. When I went there, I went with another doctor from Brazil. And I must say, my background in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies gave me an upper hand because of the training we had of ensuring that we are open to communication. You have to work with others. You have to look at as problems as complex and not just something overly simplified, and read between the lines, basically. So this program is not just for our rural communities, it is for the globe. And very many of the examples that Professor gave were global issues that we must all prepare ourselves for. Fast forward to when I finished my program in gender and applied women health. 3 months later, I was able to get a scholarship, the Chevening Scholarship, by the UK government to go and do my master's program in biosocial medical anthropology. And it is through engagements like this, which FIS is actually renowned for, that I was able to, first of all, identify what program I had to do. In my first year, second semester, there was One Health event, just like this one, where they invited Dr. Mafigiri, who is a medical anthropologist. And when he was there, I was a first year student, and we were invited to come for this conference led by Dr. Gad and the One Health team. And when I was there, this gentleman spoke about medical anthropology and talked about the interdisciplinarity of this program and how it relates with where I would want to be in future. So as a first year student, based on the training I was given in the faculty, the programs like these ones that were enabled students to come and see and envision, imagine, and dream about where they would want to be, I took interest in that course. First year. And fast forward, during the course of all those 3 years at MAST, I was trying to curate how I would be able to apply, be admissible to this program in the UK and equally get the funding. And this means that the programs offered at FIS are actually globally demanded. The students who FIS is churning out are needed globally. As we speak, I was retained by the Canada organization in Canada. This is because they are available, they are aware and know that this individual who has been trained through this program, who has these concepts of interdisciplinarity, is going to add so much value to our organization. This means that by virtue of FIS always being adaptable, always being willing to review and see how best they can adapt their programs and course units to deal with the real world challenges, means that we as a faculty are better positioned to inspire other faculties to keep adapting and reviewing their programs. As an alumni, I must share that very many students keep saying, we did this program, did this course in other faculties, but these things weren't relevant. I'm finding new challenges in the work environment. So as FIS, having this program shows that we are aware that the world is changing and we must keep on adapting. So others who may feel that the programs are okay, we don't need to adapt, are literally keeping us behind. So I'm very happy that I come from a faculty that is willing to be novel, to pioneer different things. So it means that as a faculty, and by invitation of Professor Openjuru for this engagement in the curriculum review, we are definitely aware of the unique place we have, the asset we are to MAST, as our DVC Finance said, the asset we are to MAST, but also, like I've said, to the globe at large. So, Professor, thank you so much for that keynote speech. It has reaffirmed and strengthened our belief and determination to be the champions of interdisciplinarity, not just at MAST, but at the globe as well.
Thank you so much. With such a presentation, you start wondering, should I say, as she has said? And so, Mwami Chakobye, Nange Chenkobye, what they say in Usoga, that what Mama has said is what actually I've also said. But thank you so much for this opportunity, our beloved Professor Openjuru and the high table protocol observed, or Professor Kazoba and Mama, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to share ideas. And I'll start from a very, very interesting perspective that one of the things that I have managed as an individual, and she asked me about what is this rabbit on the pulpit, is to write what you'd call, not an epitaph, but decolonizing the entire identity in terms of our heritage, especially the past and the contemporary African life. This rabbit on the pulpit is a masterpiece, what I would call a codification of the past and the contemporary African life. The way we grew up and the way we see it in the contemporary information age. And so it has stories to do with the Bachwezi, it has stories to do with the, night witches, it has, but in the contemporary way that students should. I wanted to answer the gap that is now apparent between parents and children, storytelling and knowledge transfer, and the disruption by the gadgets and technology, that space that is now collapsing. But also on the second, so it's an anthropology of some sort. The second book, which I launched last week, or relaunched actually, because I had the family launch, then the National Theatre. My books are launched and performed on the stage, by the way, as scripts and manuscripts and all that. So is called The Monologue Diary of a COVID-19 Walker. And it's very interesting. If you go to my site, www.mujunibernard.com, you'll get a glimpse. I'm a writer. I write also in dailies. If you Google my name, it will bring a lot of stuff that I've written about. Oh, thank you so much, Papa. Thank you. Thank you. But it was a codification. It's a codification of what we were going through during COVID as I saw and lived it. So it has all the captions of what we are going through during COVID. It's 100 days of COVID, codified daily. So as a poet, that's my duty to the society that I grew up. But also it has a lot of folk stories from the African perspective. And so, with that background, I want to start by saying that the difference or the similarity or the marriage of convenience between art and science is not new. Those of you who know, who have tried to read about religious anthropology, you'll know that the great scientist Galileo Galilei, who invented a telescope, was excommunicated and even hanged by the Pope for scientifically proving that it was not the Earth moving. It was not that the Earth was not moving. That the Earth was moving and the Sun was static, which was against papacy ideology. And it was until recently that his soul was released from purgatory. Can you imagine? Recently, I think the Pope Francis is the one who released the soul from purgatory. Right? Yeah, Pope Francis. Yeah. So, but all along, for disproving religious belief, and that was a bad conflict between art and science. But even the man or the woman who invented the boat, built the bulbs, they tried over 2,000 times with people laughing. So it first became an art before becoming science, and people doubting whether the boat actually, that it will never come back, that how will it reverse? The man would go to the water and they see the person, it cannot reverse, it cannot. So first it is an argument in form of art, and then it becomes, even engine, reverse engine. Reverse engineering is one of the, engineers here will tell you, is one of the toughest thing to do. Even you walking in reverse for a whole day, if they tell you it is tough, so you can imagine. And so the discussion was that it was not possible. It first starts as an art. And so I think the African part of it about artificial intelligence, it's my contention that actually artificial intelligence started with Africa. But when the colonials came and the professor, the good professor, already elaborated, we are into the framework he has presented, that these people thought this was witchcraft, and they now termed it witchcraft. Bluetooth, I used to see every time my auntie would get pregnant and it comes to time for delivery, and my uncle would get into the coffee, under the coffee trees, and starts rotating around, and the pregnancy until when she delivers. Yeah, so the visa, the labor pains were not by her. It was born by the man. So why not write a research protocol as Bluetooth? This is what we are talking about. Okay? Equally, up to now, most of the babunji, the people who are therapists, physiotherapists, traditional, they don't have to sit there. And I know so many, until recently. My friend broke the leg, and the person who was working on him was actually here in Kabereveli. The man was in Kampala, but every 6 p.m., he would sit in the sitting room, and the therapy begins. The bone, So, why not write a scientific protocol to codify that and adopt it in lectures, in education? Instead, we castigated these people and we're killing our own technology. Technology is also both good and bad. If you annoy, it was also quite counter. You steal, they send you juju. It's deterrent. But also it had good luck, rewarding those who have done well. So for us, in the contemporary African life, the marriage between the two is just a matter of just paradigm shift, for lack of a better word. And then I come to the cost of prejudice and discrimination. Now, structural discrimination. Because if you don't get conveniently together, that means one is at the expense of the other, which in actual sense has a cost imperative, both social, economic, and political, and at any other level you can imagine. And the good old professor told us about this. According to the current World Economic Forum report, 50% from now to 5 years to come, 50% of the jobs will be in climate change, in digital access, and in this country, social enterprise and innovation could be the only answer to the inequality that we have. Because the government actually doesn't have any other framework for bridging the gap between the poor and rich. We don't have a social welfare system where you can easily go for an unemployment check. No, it is not there. So it is through innovating, science innovating to solve social problems, that you can add value and tracked and get paid by solving a problem. And if you see all these digital spaces, WhatsApp, social media spaces, who are billionaires, it's because they have solved that problem. The professor told us about telecom and engineering and revolution in IT. Solving a problem to do with the telecom communication makes someone a billionaire. Why should they? And Africa is organically social. As such, actually, one of the roles I have in my department is to develop the social capital growth for this country. We are already on a second draft form. Social capital growth. How can we harness social capital to turn around our livelihoods, this economy? You can't do that without linking social to science. Uganda loses around 3% of GDP because of discrimination. Okay? And I'm about to talk about Adam. Okay. Pay inequity. pay inequity between, which is a form of discrimination, apparently, and since there is academic freedom here, I think I'm safe. At times I speak, people think I speak like an NGO person, a non-governmental organization. Why not academic? I think they should, because academic used to have a lot of freedom. You could say anything and go away with it, even on a radio station. Some of these days it's not as common. NGOs actually can go away with it, but also not so much. But this freedom should give me liberty to say that if you discriminate institutionally and intentionally, because my work as a Commissioner for Equity and Rights is to eliminate discrimination, marginalization of any kind of form. It's very square for me in my mandate. But if the state sponsors structural discrimination through pay inequity, however well-intentioned, however promising you are, in law we say a promise to marry is not easily enforceable as a contract. Okay? So it doesn't entitle you to some legal rights. Okay? You can say, you people, after 5 years, we shall increase for you. But today I've died. I mean, I'm dying today. Yeah? Today is my end of game. So when will the 5 years come? Will you compensate when I'm already dead? No. So pay equity between scientists and arts promotes delusion and demotivates. And for me, I think we are getting it not right as government. You cannot have the constitution that guarantees equality before and under the law and come and say, scientists, because I approve wages and salaries, and we have occupational safety engineers, doctors in the ministry. I pay. They come on my handle at times. Selina will tell you, or even Commissioner Adam, when you are paying payroll, there's a way they distribute it. You find you have scientists under your department, even if you have arts also. And you see, at entry level, an engineer earning more than a commissioner. And we have normalized it as a practice. Before coming to the lecturers now, the teaching community, service delivery, the amount of money we lose through those reprisals. Reprisals because either people are withdrawing from labor, yet they are, you are trying to pay me, I'm also trying to work. The amount of money that we lose through corruption, because simply someone cannot afford to predict where they are going to get 1 million for school fees, but they can steal 1 billion shillings through the same infrastructure, through architect of corruption. Simply because you cannot arrest some of the fears is enormous. And there's a study about this by World Bank. So inequality in any form is detrimental to the development process. And for me, and whoever is here, whether you're a scientist or you're an artist, if you look at your pay structure, if you go to the school and you see the headmasters, and His Excellency the President already mentioned that, anyway, there's a lot that comes in at the same time. If you have been part of this process, and he said that lecturers, some of the civil servants who are scientists, they're now withdrawing after serving 10 years because Adam here will compensate properly. They will use that rate where they are being paid now to compute their pension. Yeah? For all the years they have worked. I better retire now and take 500 million shillings. What else do I need to serve 4, 5, 8 more years? I can retire now and I get 1 billion shillings using 5 million computation that this guy is going to do for the 35 years or 30 I worked for the government, and I go home with 1 billion. I don't need to stay in government to work. You understand what it has brought now? Simply because one side is very comfortable and they have options. So some of this, and yet the artists are crying. So I think it's something that we need to look at, that if you are not inclusive, it costs the economy, it costs livelihoods, it costs people's lives. Uganda's labor participation rate is almost 20 million, according to 2020 Uganda demographic household surveys. And we did this with UBOS and ILO and the ministry, looking at labor survey. But of these, 50% of the workforce need new skills. 50% need new skills. I'm one of the products of the generation. And I joined the government, I think, in 2000 something. So please, you can start manipulating the data to see. And therefore, the skills that we need in the next 5 years, AI, you can't do without now acquainting yourself with AI. And I was going to say that I'm one of the generation when computers were being brought in the government and people are wanted them seriously as part of the budget. You meet we need computers. PC, we need computers. Then they brought them on the table and people didn't know how to use them. So they remained there, and then we would do manuscripts, because I left university after doing some computer, exposure. And you send the thing on the email, and your commissioner, your boss, he says, "Where is the?" I said, "Sir, I sent it to you." No, I want a hard copy. But, sir, I sent you. No. This, and the man would you'd easily lose your job, by the way. Yet you sent the information on Friday, which you needed to present on Monday, but on Monday you've come to office as usual, and he wants the hard copy. But for you to print hard copy, you need a RIM. A whole development plan of the ministry is 300 pages. Sir, so you can imagine the level of adaptability to the new dynamics at workplace. So you must be inclusive. You must reskill. Even the pedagogy must change. The teaching must change. It must be inclusive. You must bring new skills to either social or to the scientists. The two must interface. So one cannot go without the other. I'll talk about there is one more about codifying the creative economy brought in $1.6 billion into this country last year. And that's where government puts the least amount of investment direct. It is not like a borehole, which is physical infrastructure development, or a hospital or a building. It's not a dam. Remember the empty dams? It's not something physical. Creative economy is creating an enabling environment for human potential to explore the 360 degrees in terms of creativity. And because of this, the country gets a lot of money. But I can tell you that last year, we is it exported or externalized? You know, the sugar-coated word is externalizing labor. If you see the modern day slavery in that, the people from this country who are going to other countries to give labor, it is alarming. And you have seen, you have all flown through the airport. You almost want to grab everyone, go back. But you know, the issue is about skills. The mismatch, the interface that is not probably available on harnessing the available opportunities around us. This would be intentional or unintentional, by the way the curriculum was designed. But now there's a new curriculum that focuses on 360 degrees in terms of human development, knowledge transfer. How do you harness the environment? How do you monetize the environment around you and create value and get paid for it? So for me, I think pedagogy has to change to address some of this modern day slavery, labor migration. They brought people in the Sahel across. If you see people who get on the boat, in law, we call it, I've forgotten, but these refugees, they brought people, I've forgotten the right word, the legal word of it, but it's not legal, but people risk their lives between life and death to migrate on the high seas, on a dinghy, they are called dinghies. These plastic boats, 80% risk you're going to die, but you go on it. What level of desperation? Of course, it comes from civil war, civil strife, but also disillusionment, lack of this attachment between science and art, and how our own young people can create opportunities around them. Again, social inclusion and mismatch, because at times it's a response to some of these policies. I want to say about love. Last week, but one, I performed some poetry piece at the National Theatre when Dr. Love Hilary Bainomukisha was launching his book. Okay? Is it 100 Strategies of Falling in Love? Can you imagine? It's a big masterpiece, and I would encourage you to buy it and read it. But before we become who we are, even the process of science, it starts with love, courtship. Yeah? It's art, isn't it? You start courting each other, and before starting to do some scientific things that can bring a child, you start with art for sure. So why don't we learn from this mere, it's a natural life science, isn't it? You don't have to do robotic engineering to understand that art begins with love, and love gives you the science of a life of a human being. I want to move towards pedagogy again, because the professor gave us a framework, a very nice framework. He talked about, architecture is not necessarily, and even at Gulu University, they call it BA, Bachelor of Arts in Architecture, Interior or Environmental something, Design, Engineering, isn't it? That is it. Architecture, this building you see, and design and all this. So I think it's one of the good examples of the marriage between art and science, how you can get something beautifully crafted. Because engineering must be socially sensitive. And that's how, if you go to our tradition, our hearts, and I'm not talking about this simply because I've not practiced it. I'm also a practitioner, policy practitioner, developer, practitioner. I own a space called Nyungu ya Mawe Forest Park. And you can Google it. Nyungu ya Mawe Forest Park. It's named after the African chief, the king of the Nyamwezi. And he had his army called Ruga Ruga. And it is built on that concept of African identity and culture. Even the way we have built the African huts with wood and grass. You go in, it is environmentally conducive. The air goes through the wood. I mean, you cannot divorce science from art. Otherwise, you'll be a terrorist. You'll be inhalating society. And these are the people who have grown up with one side of life and society. You see dictators who have terrorized their own people, even in Europe, the Hitlers of this world. It's reading life from one side of your own subjectivity. So we have experiences from COVID. Of course, COVID was both medical and social. Who doesn't know that? That without the social component of it, probably COVID would still be here. Even vaccine trials and all that, they would come back to social. Even the controlling the growth, the spread, it was all about social. And later on, of course, HIV/AIDS, behavior change. It's social medicine, actually. And in law, we also have social lawyering. If you are not socially relevant as a lawyer, you can never, however good you are, if a good dancer cannot come to the stage, however much you dance, I mean, unless if it is night dancing, but also you have to perform some rituals to be heard that there is a night dancer in this community. Isn't it? You have to create some attention. Otherwise, you'd be irrelevant. TB, tuberculosis, is both medical and social. If you read Malcolm Gladwell, his book called The Tipping Point, and I'm recommending that you read it for sure. It's a book which you cannot put down. Tipping Point tells you how pandemics have started. They start, either it is an outbreak, and they talk about how syphilis broke out from a brothel. Okay? It starts as sex, and then it becomes a medical pandemic. Or it starts as a medical, then it becomes social. So either way, you cannot, behavior science and the hardline science, I mean, they are interlinked. You cannot separate them. So finally, the risk of do nothing. If you don't come with intervention, as the doctor already and the professor already said, we risk one, civil conflict, disillusionment, because of inequity and inequality. You will have labor migrating because they feel defranchised and not wanted. You'll have crime going up, okay? You'll have even high levels of GBV. GBV itself, as you know it, has a huge implication on medical health, but also on the productivity of the country, of the workforce. And so you are limiting growth and productivity. And finally, of course, I want to say that when a fly is perched on your private part, you don't use a sledgehammer to kill it. And you have to negotiate, okay? So some of these things are very important, but they are procedural. But they start paradigm shift and conceptual clarity. If we don't give this as people who are epistemological, who have generated knowledge, and we don't codify it and upload it back to the community, how science and art work together, we stand to lose a lot. And I want to commend you. Finally, I'm saying, at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I'm in charge of social risk management. Social risk management is a big subject that involves ESGs, environmental social governance, regulating the standards because it has a lot of labor, social protection, child protection, research protocols, a lot of other things. And we are developing a social risk management course between or among Nsamizi Social Institute, Social Institute of Social Development, UMI, and Makerere University CHUS department. And it is a huge, huge, huge course. But I would invite you to join in. To be part of this. We have World Bank, of course, supporting the process. Under GROW, we have a component of funding to do this course. So for me, I'm extending the call, but also appreciating. And thank you, Dr. Vale and the team, for letting this platform come live. And thank you, Dr. Professor. Thank you, the VC. Thank you, the Dean. Thank you, all of you. I want to appreciate you and say I'm extending my olive branch on the same bridge of life that you've given me today to come and so that we can work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let us clap for our esteemed reflectors on the keynote speech. Thank you very much, Councillor Bernard. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Inequity, for the wonderful reflection on Professor's speech. Thank you. You can take over your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lot of ideas coming out, and these are helping us to enrich the programs because that's the main key target as to why we are doing this. Whatever we get as feedback, we'll definitely inform the new programs or the revised programs that are actually going to be tabled in Senate and Council. So this is very much appreciated, and we want to encourage you when we come to the discussion after presenting these programs, feel free to give us your positive feedback that can help us move forward. This is what we need. Because the current agenda of government, when you look at the parish development model, you look at the Vision 2040, you look at the National Development Plan 4, the African Agenda 2030, we need to look at how do we suit in and address societal challenges. And I like the reflections, I like the keynote speech. I would like to also mention that amidst us, we have introduced Dr. Ngonzi, but he's also a council member. You're welcome, Professor Ngonzi. Now in the capacity of your position as a council member. Thank you very much. So we are going in for lunch. And after lunch, we will come back. We're giving ourselves only 30 minutes. And I kindly request that we use the 30 minutes so that we come back and then we are out of this place at 5 p.m. That's our key target. And we want to also recognize the online participation of our Vice Chancellor. We know that she's following. We are so much glad that Professor Biachika, you have been able to follow online. Thank you very much. And we appreciate you for your presence. So let's now take a break for lunch and come back. Each of the presenters for the programs will have only 5 minutes. When they are more than 5 minutes, I will stand in front of you and take you off. And I'm part of them, so I will even take off myself. And then after that, Dr. Vaira will lead us through a session for discussion, reflections, and then we get a way forward that will inform the overall program design. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Let's have one person to pray for our lunch. I don't know if Dr. Frank, you're close to the Almighty in these days. He used to be, but as an ex-seminarian. So
Okay, thank you, Dr. Medad. Let us pray. Lord God, we thank you for the time we have had here together. We thank you for the presentations and reflections. It's now time for us, for lunch. We thank you for the lunch, those who have prepared it. Kindly give us energy so that we can continue to do your work, so that we can have your kingdom grow. We ask this through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
To make the presentation. Because the biggest part of today is to get your feedback, ladies and gentlemen. Since we are resubmitting, we are going in for reaccreditation of our programs, so we need your feedback to inform the science and the interdisciplinarity of these programs as they fit in the mission of the university. And as you're aware, our mission is to become a center of excellency in science and technology and its application to community development. So the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies hinges on that last part, the application of science and technology to community development. As Professor Openjuru has mentioned in the morning, there is no way we can apply the science and technology to community development without interdisciplinarity. So all of us should embrace that as a matter of fact for global connectiveness. I recently attended a forum for UNESCO and African Union, but the talk was about interdisciplinary model in higher education learning. So we cannot avoid that, and we can't operate in silos. So those people that we've read, can you kindly come in front? Dr. Tom Ogwang, Dr. Peregrine.
Dr. Medad, they will not come if we don't cheer them up.
Oh, let's cheer them up. Let's cheer them up.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome none other than Dr. Sacheng. You see? Let's put our hands together for Tom Ogwang. Tom Ogwang, the floor is yours. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Birungi Speciosa. Walk like a model. Sorry, Dr. Speciosa. sorry. Tunamasko. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, she even got scared when I mentioned the wrong name. Tom Ogwang.
Tom Ogwang is also called Dr. O. So you remember that when you are mentioning that next time. So we have actually very important guests that have joined us. They are part of this ecosystem. And I would like to recognize Afande J.B. Tumsime, a senior citizen, our former chairman of the Appointments Board, a member of the University Council, the former chairman LC5 Mbarara District, a very core member of the faculty during his PhD in Interdisciplinary Studies. We want to welcome you, our dear friend, Afande JB. Can we clap for him? Let's join and clap for him because he has been instrumental even in organizing this. We also want to recognize our very own Dr. Pius Aliho, a member of the University Council, a lecturer in the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, and a senior mathematician. Thank you very much, Dr. Pius Ariho, for joining us. We are so glad, like I mentioned with my Indian friend, when we see you, we're happy. Take note of that. And things don't happen, but we happen them. That's how the Indian friend would put it. So here we have a very great panel. I'm actually joining it, so forgive me when you see me joining, and Angela will come back here. But our mandate is now to utilize the 5 minutes, because we will need feedback from this constituency that we have. We want to present to you what we do. And that was the gist of why we invited you to this important forum. That you listen to what we do, give us feedback on how it can integrate the different government programs and aspirations of the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Parish Development Model, the National Development Plan 4, the Vision 2040, the different community programs, different government programs like Operation Wealth Creation, the NADS program. How do we come in? These interdisciplinary studies are fitting into that agenda, and the country cannot lose them. So what do we do better by what we are going to present to you? So ladies and gentlemen, before I give the microphone to one of the people that is kickstarting this process, we are also delighted this evening. This has been a special day that we have our very own Dr. Hakim Tuinamasko, Mr. Hakim Tuinamasko, the Assistant RCC of Mbarara City South. Thank you very much for coming, and we are so glad. There was also my friend Edmond, who closely associates with the Office of the President. He is right there. Edmond is an agro-tourist person. He leads many enterprises that link us to the community. We are so glad that this day has been able to be like that. So, our dear panelists, I am going to join you, but let me ask Angela to come here and facilitate us, because I can't do both. Now, we are going to talk about what we do with a view that this esteemed group, Afande JB, before you came, we recognized people who are doing a lot of work in community, having gone through this great Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. And we had the senior and the principals operating this Mbarara City and other neighboring districts. We have the principal human resource officer for Mbarara City, right here, Madame Sulaina. And she's an alumni in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. We have here the principal community development officer for Shema District, from the faculty, right there, serving the nation. We have our principal community development officer for Ntungamo District. Where are you? He's right there. We also recognized, by the way, we have someone representing the city clerk of Mbarara City, and I want to request you, madam, to stand up for recognition. We have the senior probation officer. He's right there, Mr. Henry, is my old good friend. And many other people that I'm going to show you as we discuss this. So let me invite the first presenter, Dr. Tom Ogwang. Please, can you talk to us about planning and governance and community development? Thank you.
I was asking Dr. Medad whether I can stand, or I think let me stand here. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for coming. I'm called Dr. Tom Ogwang, the head of Department, Planning and Governance, but also the coordinator of Postgraduate Studies in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. Peter, I have 2 slides. I'm going to limit my presentation to the speech from our guest speaker. where we are trying to ask ourselves a question, and the question is, what sciences are we bringing in the University of Science and Technology? That is, I think, the main thing we're doing today, because when we went to Senate, one of the questions was, how science are you? What's the scienceness in what you are teaching? So I have two programs that I'm going to talk about. The first one is Bachelor of Science in Planning and Community Development. I think the Dean already briefed you about the transition that we have had over time. So for me, my task here is to just take you through the specific objectives of this program. And one of them is to equip students with skills for developing quality community development plans. And when we talk of quality development plans, we have brought people from different professions here. We do know that for any community to develop, we need planners. And this is one of the objectives of this course. 2 is to train future development practitioners in planning skills to implement local, national, and international programs. And there are quite a number of objectives, which I don't want to take a lot of time on that. And our learning outcomes, once these students complete these programs, we expect them to demonstrate knowledge of basic statistics and quantitative planning. And I think this is where now I'm taking you to the science-ness of Bachelor of Science in Planning and Community Development. We're also saying we expect our students to apply interdisciplinary methodologies in planning. I think Prof was talking about interdisciplinarity. How do we integrate issues of science and humanities? So these are some of the things that we teach our students. We also design and conduct independent research and report findings. These are some of the things that we do. Allow me to take you to the science-ness in our programs, because the others you can read from the document that we have put on your desk or in your folder. What makes us think we are teaching sciences in this University of Science and Technology? If you look at the metrics, this is a 3-year course. In year 1, semester 1, out of the courses that we teach, we do think that computer skills, and I'm very happy that people from science faculties and are around here, we have computer skills. We do believe that computer skills is a science. It's not humanity. It's not history. It's not, but maybe as Prof was saying, there's the history of the computer skills. We also believe that when you look at the fundamentals of development planning, theory and practice, that requires science. So we think we are making a contribution, much as this other one. We have not talked about the fundamentals of political economy. Someone is going to talk about all this. But this one here, we believe that this is science. We talk about fundamentals of community psychology. Government programs are failing to succeed. Why? Government is putting a lot of money in these projects, but most of them are not succeeding. And I'm happy that we have the RSCCs here and the government representatives. We are trying to tell people that development planning, theory, and practice is a science. And this is the contribution we're making. We also have community psychology. We believe this is a science. When we talk about micro and macroeconomics, we believe this is a science, and this is our contribution. And this is why we're saying we deserve to be in a University of Science and Technology. In year 1, semester 2, we're talking about management information systems. One of the pillars of PDM, Parish Development Model. I think we're talking about, which pillar is that? My colleagues from, yes, Edmond. Number 6. So we teach our students management information systems. And these are the people who are helping in community when it comes to the implementation of PDM, some of the government programs. We also have what we call basic statistics. So all what I've highlighted in red, just to make the whole story short, is what we believe are sciences. And that is why we are here to find your views, whether these are sciences or not. But in our opinion, we believe these are sciences. Depending on how you define your sciences, in our definition, these are sciences. In year 2, semester 1, we have development economics. I'm not going through all these other courses. I hope you are reading them. But also in your folder, we have given you all this. So you can be following from the folder because my 5 minutes is about to expire. We're talking about planning techniques. Planning techniques. Why do plans fail? What are the different types of plans? Someone was talking about bottom up, and then top-down approach. We look at all these things. When we talk of qualitative research, research is science. So you need to apply some bit of scientific logic here. And then something very important, what we call student community twinning project. They didn't talk about it in the morning. We're the only university, I think, offering this program in the whole country. If there's any university here, you can challenge us and say, there's another university doing this. Because the way it is implemented is very unique. And we have success stories in some of these communities. Year 2, semester 2, we're talking about infrastructural planning and management. Aspects of social planning comes up here. When you have a building like this, what role do we play in its planning as social planners? We have a role. It's not only for engineers. So this is where we talk about all those required things that we expect from the people who are building. We also have remote sensing and geographic information systems. This is the science. We're talking about financial management for non-financial managers. People who are managing funds at a sub-county level, at a county level, at a district level, at a city level. Yeah, there are people who manage finances, but they are not financial. They don't have that. So we give them the basics, how to account for government funds. We're talking about quantitative research, and then we have this practicum again. So members, briefly, this is what some of the things that we believe makes our program sciences. We have not gone through the entire thing. Briefly, we have some postgraduate programs. We have our students here, our alumni who are here, and the current students. We are starting with PhD. We have a Doctor of Philosophy in the faculty. We have some of our alumni here. We have some of our students here. And we're also calling upon some of you who are interested in getting a PhD in development studies to join. I'm the coordinator. I will help you speed up the process. Not saying you'll bypass the process, but speed up the process. Then there's this course which they didn't talk about. That is Master of Arts in Development Studies. It's my humble request to this gathering that the decision which was taken by Senate is rescinded. Because someone will be talking about service course. As you see these people here, as you see our staff, some of them are about to retire. Some of them will resign and go because we're not all going to be here in mass for life. But then we need a crop of people who will teach this service course. And where we get our students from, we get our students from development studies. So the justification which was given was that this is arts in a science university. And I was just talking during break with the dean, actually, let me talk about it. The dean, Faculty of Medicine, who says right now he's just completed his Master in Business Administration. So if a dean, the Faculty of Medicine, is doing MBA, I think we should leave our development studies here. And that is our request. But we're upgrading, in the interest of those who believe in science, we're upgrading this program to Master of Science in Development Studies. We also had a Masters of Arts in Planning and Governance. This program was also put on hold by council. And the usual argument is still that it is arts. The presidential directive, it was not actually a directive, it was advised. The president advised that we phase off development studies at a bachelor's level. There's no letter anywhere which says that the master's program should be phased off. The people who do masters are working classes. They don't need any support from the state, as opposed to the undergraduates. So I think there was some bit of miscommunication and understanding on this point of this master's program being phased out. But we believe we need them. We have a Master of Arts in Peace and Conflict and Peace Studies, as the Dean was saying. We are supposed to send it for accreditation, but because of the fear that they're also going to, council will also ban it, we have decided to review it and rename it Master of Science in Governance, Peace and Security Studies. Dear stakeholders, we know the region which we are in. Talk about the Great Lakes region of Africa. Talk about the insecurity in Congo. Talk about the refugees in Nachi Valley. Talk about all these conflicts in the region. It would be very unfair to ignore the fact that we're having refugees around us, we're having conflicts around us, and say we cannot facilitate this program. We believe we have something to offer. The last program here is postgraduate diploma in criminology. This program has been running since 2019. We had requested to upgrade it to Master of Science in Criminology. The curriculum is already developed, but still we're having a challenge with its accreditation because they're telling us that council stopped the introduction of new programs. So council members who are here, we are requesting you that you allow academic freedom to excel in a university, because if we have a council which is now dictating academic programs which should be taught and which ones should not be taught, I thought that mandate should be vested with Senate. That is our request. That I don't think the university actually loses anything if we have these programs, because these are self-funding students, and that's our request. So we have proposed this Master of Science in Criminology. We have proposed a new program in Master of Science in Agricultural Innovations and Livelihoods. We have proposed a new program in Master of Science in Biodiversity, Conservation and Tourism Management. We have proposed a Master of Science in Ethics and Family Relations. Someone talked about the family. The foundation of the family is very important for any development to take place. We have also proposed a Master of Science in Medical Anthropology. Now someone is asking, why is it here? But we are working together as Faculty of Medicine, and we believe that, I think Ichulet was talking about this. So you can see someone from gender went and did something similar to this. And then the last thing here, we have proposed Master of Science in Social and Reproductive Health Research. These are the new programs that we are requesting with time should be approved. In terms of capacity, Professor Kazova said here, and we are very happy it came from him, that in terms of research output, it is Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies which leads. What did he say, the other thing? In terms of grants, in terms of publications, we lead. In terms of qualifications, we lead. Out of 20 academic staff, we have 16 who are PhD holders. One of them is a professor. Over 10 are senior lecturers. The others are somewhere there. We have 3 staff who are on their PhD track. Actually, one is defending and one is defending. So that leaves us with only one on PhD track now, which means the number will shoot to 18. So we are doing very well. We have the capacity, we have the knowledge, and our knowledge is diverse. We are not all in only development studies. Others are in conflict. That's Dr. Frank, refugees. international relations, political economy, oil and gas, all the things. So we really have what it takes to run these programs. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. We'll now invite, let's do the gender balance. Dr. Speciosa, you'll present next. Programs? Oh, okay, fine. Let's go to Perry. And then we'll balance it there. Wherever you want to stand, feel free.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, my name is Peregrino Tumsingize, and I'm from the Department of Environment and Livelihood Support Systems, still in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. I'm presenting this on behalf of Dr. Ronald Tonjiru, who is our head of department, but also on my own behalf as his co-presenter. Go ahead. Yeah, so the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihoods, which is the one program that we are trying to promote as the department for undergraduate, is a unique 4-year program that brings an interdisciplinary approach to agricultural development. And we try to integrate perspectives from the agricultural sciences and also the social sciences. So this actually uniquely makes our BSARS graduates to effectively act as change agents in delivering agricultural transformation in different communities. We move on. Yeah, this program, over the 4 years, we try to move into in-depth in the understanding of the agricultural science from the interdisciplinary perspective, with a strong emphasis, firstly, on integrated livestock and crop-based farm production systems and value addition, and then sustainable agriculture-based livelihoods and economies, so that we can integrate these. So the program goal is to train critical mass of professionals with applied knowledge and skills in agricultural sciences with a livelihood transformation perspective. And this we can realize through sustainable farm production and management systems, value addition, and judicious entrepreneurship. Those are the specific objectives that try to guide us as we move on. Can move the next. Yeah, we try to say this program should continue as the name is given, Bachelor of Science, Agriculture and Livelihoods, because we feel there is a gap that we need to fill in the communities around us and beyond. Uganda's economy is predominantly based on agriculture, and actually the majority, 75%, have their livelihoods dependent on agriculture. But we see a gap in terms of productivity and also threats that try to come into these enterprises of crop and livestock, but also the people who depend on these for their livelihoods. And again, our government, having coined out the NDB4 and also the PDM, which looks at production, productivity, value addition, actually in Pillar 1, and also mindset change. We feel that this blend will make us move to answer, to fill this gap by sending these graduates out there. Now, when we look at this program, it started in 2015, and it was called Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Livelihoods and Farm Production. We had agricultural sciences, around 25 courses in the program, and then agribusiness and economics, around 6, livelihood courses, around 12, and then DVS, of course, being taken in the 4 semesters. Now, in 2020, we revised this curricula and we submitted it for reaccreditation. And now the name, we changed it into Bachelor of Science, Agriculture and Livelihoods. That made us to attract more students, to add more courses in agricultural science, also maintain the same in agribusiness, but also add on in livelihood courses, DVS remaining the same. So based on this, when you look at the numbers of students that were able to attract when we revised this curricula, there was a push from 75 to 215 that was able to attract in the 4 years. Now, we feel that, just remain on that, we feel that in the next, if we maintain this same name with the courses that we have added also in the agricultural sciences and also in the livelihoods, we feel this course is more richer and it should be able to attract more students and then train the youth that are going to be change agents out there. So we feel we don't need to change this name. We want to maintain it. And what is peculiar with our program is that it is a blend in the sense that we take all these courses both in agricultural science, agribusiness, and livelihoods with the DVS stopping at second year, and then we move up the fourth year. The specialization is done through the research that the students want to undertake. So I think that would be one of the hassle that people would find that our course is hard, but that gives them an opportunity to interface in all these fields. Yeah, so based on that, we are training an agro-social economist whom we think is going to go to the farmers, try to promote productivity, but with the lens of trying to ensure that the society is able to move to another level, is able to integrate other fields, other specialties, including gender. When we are looking at production, we are looking at the farm family, and there are dynamics at the farm family at the household level, the intra-household politics that we talk about. So, and in extension, we always say that start where people are with what they have and help them to help themselves. So our graduates must understand that using this scope of interdisciplinarity. Yeah, so our graduate profile, the graduate profile gives us all this, that our graduates having that brain, they can work in all these fields, in all these institutions, and they can even further go ahead and upgrade. So that's our course structure, and we are happy in the next few minutes, we shall go through it. You can give us feedback, and that can be to integrate it as we want to present this course. But we feel that this program being at the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies gives us another step in terms of the students that we are training, because they are able to have the peers that have another lens that is looking at gender, health, that are also looking at planning, which is very critical for an agriculture extension officer out there. I beg to move. Thank you.
I think the programs first, and then you can come.
Thank you so much, my colleagues. I'm going to present a program, Bachelor of Science in Gender and Public Health, transiting from Bachelor of Science in Gender and Applied Women's Health. I know that Ichlet alluded to the change already earlier on. Of course, the beauty of humanities is the transition that it takes to bring, to evolve, but also to keep the basics. So I'm presenting on behalf of my head of department, who is here, Dr. Nema Murembe. I think she has moved out. And the program is hosted in the Department of Human Development and Relational Sciences. And since morning we have had the debate around integration and relevance. So one of the departments, as we have at the faculty, that looks at society and transitions in society is the Department of Human Development and Relational Sciences. Next. Yeah, the program aims at training in courses that are public health in nature, but integrated, interfaced with gender. And the program has had a number of transitions. In a recent tracer study that we conducted, we found that our students who have been in this program for the last 10 years, they actually have taken a path of public health in postgraduate studies and in everything that they do in terms of career path. They have taken a path of public health, and they continue to take a path of gender, culture, and family. So it is through the tracer study and the needs assessment that we went for Master of Science in Gender and Public Health. And there we focus on gender and public health fundamentals, social determinants of health, reproductive and social health, environmental health, health policy and advocacy, please keep at that, gender, global health and gender, epidemiology, mental health, and health policy. Yesterday I was writing a recommendation for one of the students that is going to do a Master of Science in Epidemiology at the University of Antwerp from the program. So the path is very clear, and it brings about a holistic and interdisciplinary interface in the path and brings a lot of flexibility. And if you know very well, what we have not had are public health social workers. And gender takes a lot of space as far as social work is concerned. So these students fit in the space of public health social workers, but also gender specialists. Next, please. These are the courses that we run. I will not go through one by one, but being an interdisciplinary program, they do both biological sciences and social science subject. And they are taught by both social scientists and biological scientists. We have psychology, people with orientation of psychology, health, medical workers, nurses, sociologists, all these teach these students these programs. So that's the kind of training that they get. Next, please. That's the arrangement. You see sociology of health and illness, health education, gender mainstreaming, and you see us repeating student community twinning project. The student community twinning project will be talked about, but an interdisciplinary where students are taken to the community to solve community problems, but live in the community practicums. Madam Winnie, we have worked with you, you know very well what we do in the community. If you have not been there, actually you can't know, but people have interfaced with this. Next. That's our second semester. Those are the courses. Remote sensing and geographical information is very important for our students. Demography, gender-based violence was talked about earlier, sexuality, gender and reproductive health. You see, when we don't teach the cultural sexuality and what it means for us, because sexuality is an evolving subject, if you deny to teach it, there's a time when there's a local government I don't want to talk about. They imported a sexuality program, and when they read it, they found that it couldn't be interfaced with culture. So those are the things, some of the things that we deal with. Next, please. Research methods, public health and nutrition, principles of disease control, social marketing, adolescent development, maternal and child health promotion, project planning and management, human resource management, health policy and financing. Next, please. The last semester, of course, students do their research projects, health informatics, environment and occupational health, health service management and leadership, public health ethics, monitoring and evaluation. So these are programs which show you the practicality of interdisciplinarity. And since we started doing interdisciplinary studies, we find it a good brand, a good thing. We are proud of it. And we want to thank you so much for listening to us. So that's the Bachelor of Science in Gender and Public Health. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Protocol observed, all the invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Speciosa Tuinamasko. I'm a coordinator of Development Studies Service course in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. This course, called DVS Service Course, is taught as a cross-cutting course in the whole university for 2 years. So in first year, we have 2 semesters with different courses, and then in second year, 2 different courses. All the lecturers you have seen here from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies teach the course, and currently we are handling 3,000, actually more than 3,244 students. It started as an initiative of the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, with the aim of imparting patriotism to students of science and how they can apply it in their science training. It is based on the idea that science must interact with the community. If you're a graduate of science or any course from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, you get knowledge on how to apply your science in the community. Most of the students I teach, especially the Faculty of Engineering, I mean the Faculty of Applied Sciences, I teach engineers most of the times. I ask them why they think most of the times communities reject their programs, even when they have been recommended by the government. They understand very well the skills that they have to apply in order to be accepted in the community through this course. So we use political economy approach as a framework to guide in teaching and learning, in that every student is empowered with a knowledge on how to interact with a community, the laws that govern the societies, the policies that communities have, understand, and believe in, and they know how man interacts with nature, how man interacts with science and technology, and how they respect policies, and then they are able to apply their science in their practice. So it is interdisciplinary in nature, that it enhances the institutional interfaculty, interdepartmental, especially in training, research, and development. So it was started as the need to have all-round science students, not those students that go with the Bachelor of Science or the Bachelor of Medicine, but all those that have their training in science, their degrees in science, and they are able to apply them in the society in order transformation and development be realized. So here I have a team. I have a chain here with me, and for us, we want to showcase, we asked students who are about to finish their service course development studies to tell us, to share with us one of the ideas that benefit all of us here, and we sample on what we teach in political economy. Thank you very much.
Okay, I request you to make a summary because we need to be out by 5:30 maximum. So Achen will make a representation of this group and let's present it in subject.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doka Sachin from the Departmental Planning, and these students are engineering students, and they're going to take us through how we got independence.
Protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. We are engineering students from the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology, here to give you a brief insight of the road to independence. And we believe that journey has a lot of humanities and the interdisciplinary approaches that they used and that they applied. October is our Independence Month that we celebrate freedom and sovereignty. We honor so many brave, great men and women who fought tirelessly for our country's independence. And we reflect on the far we have gone. And I therefore pose a question to each of us. Do we still uphold to the values of unity, resilience, and determination that define us as the people of Uganda? As we go through our small presentation, let that question sink into our minds. And before 1884, the European countries suffered an economic depression, and as humans, we are greedy. We have that greed, that urge. So they felt like Africa was rich, Africa was backward, and they needed to exploit us economically. So they had to come down here. And unfortunately, they started fighting. There were fights here and there. And in that process, they had to hold a Berlin conference, which at the end of it all resulted into signing the General Act of Berlin. And its results were the scramble and partition of Africa. After the meeting, that's when they agreed, this one take this, this one take this, this one take this. And that's how the scramble and partition of Africa comes about. And we see in 1894, Uganda being declared a British protectorate. And they were here, and in 1944, they were here and they had to celebrate 50 years. As they celebrated, they were happy they were here and exploiting us, but unfortunate to them, to the Ugandans, it was a wake-up call. They realized that these guys are not yet to go, but here to exploit us more. So that's when they woke up and felt like they should fight for self-rule. I'm Chichoncho Morias, Civil Engineering, Year 2.
My name is Eric Tumsime, doing Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, Year 2, and I'm here to take you through the personalities who are involved in this struggle. So this struggle comes after the Second World War. The veterans have come back home. To quote one of the veterans, says, these Bazung are bullied after coming back, but still in our country they are segregating us. So what are we? So that's where a few elements, there are actually many, but we cannot talk about all that history of Uganda, so we shall focus on a few. To begin with will be Ignatius Kangave Musazi, whom we believe to be the father of nationalism in our country. So he had gone abroad. He was one of the few Baganda who had benefited from the 1900 Uganda Agreement. He had gotten education from one of the reputable schools in Britain, and now he was back. He couldn't be ordained. He had decided to be a clergyman, but he couldn't be ordained abroad, so he had to come back to Uganda. But coming back, the bishop tells him, no, I cannot ordain you here. You cannot become a clergyman. Maybe become a catechist. That's segregation. So here, in the first process, we see we are not fighting for independence, but for equality. So to fight that segregation, he goes away, goes to Wudo, but still going to Wudo where he became, despite being the inspector of schools, still there was segregation. The boss then had a car, he had a motorcycle, he asked for a car. Then the boss was like, nah, you're not using a car, you're Ugandan, you're an African. But then he's like, okay, so there's segregation here, he moves. But the more he was segregated, the more he was enraged. So he goes to Makalas where he meets other Africans, so they start combining. He begins with the farmers, the traders, but he was a wise man. He brings in the elites, people had gone to Makere. We see Abu Mayanja, Abu Mayanja, Jolly Joe, then Dr. Kunuka. So he gathered people from different areas. So those were some of the people that he worked with. Then again, in Uganda, there were Catholics, but back then, yeah, they were also segregated. So the other personality who fought for independence, who came out was Mr. Matayo Mugwanya, and he was an old man. So when he was in power, he said, no, let's give power to the youth. And he gave power to Benedicto Chuanka, who had attained...
I'm going to guide a little bit in the interest of time, because we appreciate actually what is being said. But I would like you to summarize so that the other two colleagues can do, and then we allow getting feedback from this esteemed audience. But that is very important. He's trying to explain the development studies service course, the political economy integration in other programs. So let's allow them to do a summary, and then we can allow you to come and give feedback. Is that fine? Yeah, okay. Just in 1 minute, then you give to the colleague and finalize.
Yeah, so we also saw Sir Milton Obote, who was in Kenya at the time doing business. He had gotten in touch with the Kanu people, and so he comes back to Uganda. He had nice speech and is also involved in the fight. Then we also have Sir Kabaka Edward Mutesa too. Him and the Baganda had also been tortured in a way that the whites were trying to go against the 1900 Uganda Agreement. So in that process, they also came up and started fighting the British, and like that, independence slowly, and Africans were waking up generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tumwesi Brivka Mkama. Engineers, we are time manager, so I will do it in summary. The formation of UNC, I'm talking about the formation of political parties, which was led by Akim Musazi on his return from UK, and he was detained for 3 months in Moyo, West Nile. But on his return to Uganda, he formed UNC with his colleagues. They thought it was a time to change their movements into a political party. Remember, they had formed the Bataka Party, Trade Union, and the Farmers Union. But all of them were movements fighting for equality. Now, they formed UNC, saying that independence now. When they formed UNC, we see Abaka Mayanja was expelled from Makere University and Kalekez of Chisoro. So they brought Abaka Mayanja, became the General Secretary of UNC. And after his release, He formed UNC after ANC and INC that were formed in South Africa and India. After that, when Abaka Mayanja went to UK, he was given a scholarship. UNC started sprinting up. It sprinted into UNP, UCP, and different political parties. And in sprinting of UNC, we see the rise of DP in 1954 that was led by Matayo Murai, as my brother said. But later in 1958, it was taken up by Ben Chiwanuka as the president. So after that, we formed KY, that was on the Baganda side, especially the Uganda Kingdom. And that's how they formed their own political party that was in the kingdom. Thank you very much.
My name is Saul Brown, I'm black. I'm a political analyst. I analyze politics well. More so, I'm a student of biomedical year 2. I will summarize it very fast. In 1961, there were elections held, and DP emerged to be the winner, led by Benedict Chiwanuka. Now what they did, Kawaka Yeka, headed by Sir Edward Mutesa cooperated or allied with Apollo Milton Obote of UPC. They had to merge so that they can win the elections of 1962. What happened? Those two parties, the Kawaka Yeka and UPC, merged and became one. From that, they merged to win the elections of 1962. From then, they had agreed that after elections, the leader from Kabaka, from Buganda, would become the president. Then the one from UPC would become the prime minister. Having won, Sir Edward Mutesa II became the first president of Uganda as large. Then Sir Apollo Milton Obote became the first 1962. On 9th October 1962, that's when the British Jack was lowered down and Ugandan flag was raised up. With that, we can even clap.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful. I have one.
I wish you well. From then, agriculture was the best economic activity of Uganda. There were copper mining from Kilembe, whereby they were planting cotton, tobacco, and tea.
Thank you.
There were Nyanza textile. With those, I wish you well.
Thank you. I have one question for you,
okay, sir,
representing the rest.
Okay, sir.
So how has this DVS, in your own opinion, what do you think has informed the program that you're doing of engineering?
Thank you, sir. Having studied DVS for one complete year, I answer this question automatically. Having studied DVS for 1 year, I get an idea of conflict and stability. When there is a conflict or a riot in a country, there will be no development, whereby the businessmen will have to run, the investors will have to run, no project will be run in that country. But if there is stability, all investors will come from abroad into our country, Uganda. Uganda will develop more.
Wow. And also conflicts do not have boundaries. They attack engineers, they attack medical doctors. So that is very relevant.
Thanks
for gender purposes, what do you think? Lastly, how is this informing your engineering program? Then we will invite a few of us to make their initial reflections, and then we can open the audience and get feedback. Just 1 minute. How do you think this is relevant to engineering program?
Political economy is something the public has undermined, but it affects all of us. As engineers, I'm a civil engineer. When I'm out in the field, the people I interact with are not engineers, but they are politicians, they are economists, they are so many. So when I don't get to know how they unite, I'll be left in space. That's how you find engineers were left out in those days, because politicians didn't know, they didn't involve them in the development. That's why we have outside companies contracting here, even on small things, because engineers here are not believed in by their own politicians.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clap for these students. They are even very smart in their white. Thank you very much. Next time I thought you'd come with your other dress up, but this is also very beautiful. It shows you are political economists, engineering political economists. So, I'm going to start with the foreign people. Madam Angela, where are you? Where's the list? Kindly come here. So would like to open this to the public because that's the most important and critical part of why we invited you. Would like to have your feedback, but I would like you to clap for this team that is here, and we allow them to take back their seats. Thank you so much, Dr. Viola. Thank you very much, Madam Achen, Dr. Tuinamasko, Dr. Tomo Gwang, and Dr. Peregrine. Thank you very much. So at this moment, we are going to invite this group of people that are going to kickstart the process of discussion and open discussion on this that has been presented. We'll start with these people to mention but a few, then the rest of us they'll give us a kickstart. So I'd like to invite the chair of this session, Dr. Viola Nyakato Nila, come here. And these are the people that you're going to handle in your QA. And then we get feedback as we note down important issues. Madam Slaina Katsime, you'll handle administrative bit and leadership. Associate Professor Ngonzi. Where is Associate Professor Ngonzi? I think he has just moved out. Okay, Professor Ngonzi, come. You'll help us to understand how political economy or service course has informed your current capacity as a dean, but also as a member of council, but also as a very important figure in this government, in this country. Edmond Ariampika, you will handle PDM, how these programs are integrating in PDM and tourism. RCC Kanusu, please you come in front if I read your name. You take a seat, you are going to kickstart our feedback mechanism. And Mr. Mushabe, Ms. RCC Kanusu will handle community training. How you see this relevant. And Mr. Mushabe Henry, you help us to understand the issue of planning and community development, and Mr. Mohanji Nelson. Kindly come in front, take the seats, and Dr. Viola is our chairperson to guide us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I wanted to call Adam about the placements, where we work, if you don't mind, please. Yeah. The seat is still there. Good evening, everyone. I know it has been an intense day. With us, we have a document that is stapled together. And this document was given to us deliberately in the morning so that we can read. The summaries that we have just projected are in this document, but also we selectively highlighted some government programs. Our programs serve more than government, but we have decided to only highlight the government programs. Specifically, Vision 2040, we have on page 25, we have looked at its objectives and goal. And then the 15-10-point programs, we have looked at the program purpose, the 10-15-point programs for NRM. And then the PDM, we have looked at the pillars. So in the meantime, as we ask these people here, we request you to reflect with these two questions as a stakeholder. What do you think about these program areas, and what contribution do they make to the national agenda, those two programs just? And then Angela, the list that you had and the location. I request to stand here. Madam Slaina, we request that you tell us your broad overview. Okay. You want to leave? You want to start with you? The panel is giving me guidance. And they are requesting that Professor Ngonzi, you go first, that you are the most senior. What do you think about the engineers and political economy? What you are a former student of those trainings, and someone has just said you've just finished your MBA. Your highlight in 2 minutes. The microphone is here.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Viola. I'll be very brief. One, my name is Joseph, and I'm a medical doctor, an obstetrician, but also I spend quite a lot of time in health-related research. This very important meeting. Others today was very tricky, Dr. knows. But the weight behind this engagement meeting could not allow me to be absent. I am a product of political economy. I went through those classes as a medical student. And I'm proud to say that I learned so much that has informed my current day-to-day engagement with students, but also in administration as a dean. I'm also an ardent reader of non-medical literature. I've read quite a number of papers on social anthropology and also the contribution of interdisciplinarity in science and health education. I have learned things that I would never have learned if I never interested myself into finding a little more knowledge beyond operating a patient and also beyond just publishing health-related research. The question you asked, I do believe that without understanding the political economy of our states and communities, it becomes impossible to deliver even the healthcare services that we are able to deliver. Of recent, I've become a very good preacher of social change amongst adolescents, but also amongst peers. Last night we were discussing with senior colleagues of mine, and we are talking about things of investments, understanding the political environment of our country, the economy, and 80% of them were very green. And when we brought forward facts, instead of some of them listening to learn, they became very aggressive. And in such conversations, the best we can do is to multiply. So these programs are very important, not as a person who has been part of them, but I've experienced that in real life, at my workplace and also in my private work. I hope I've answered your question. And it's something that my brother Kanusu, whatever he meant by senior, whether it's in terms of age, I just wanted to address in a minute what Dr. Gwang mentioned here, that programs were that council passed a resolution that no new programs. Yes, it was a resolution, but can I shock you? We've had 3 programs from my faculty against that resolution accepted by council and submitted to National Council. What I'm driving to is the need for us to be proactive, justify what we want. And I can assure you that you have voices of support on council. I can see them here, Professor Vitariho, my young brother, Dr. Pius. Finally, whatever happened to these programs, I took it very positively, and I discussed with Dr. Wendo. I'm very happy today to see that you have rethought. They are very excellent programs that you've presented. Dr. Viola, Gender and Public Health. Where has it been? Okay. So please, for me, I'm positively thinking over all these processes. And let them come. We'll be able to think through together, and we offer the support that is required. I submit.
Thank you so much, Professor Ngonzi. I'll come back to Madame Slainer. And my extended question on what was given to you, you are in charge of employment and deployment. These programs are lined up here. As you present, if you can give us the synergy and the contribution that they make to the human resource needs of Uganda, because I know you interact a lot with many senior human resource managers, so you would be able to give us that perspective at the level of local government and central government, but as well other actors that you interact with. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. All protocol observed. I welcome you to this very important stakeholders meeting. As Dr. Viola requested me, I decided on what I would handle, administration and leadership. As administrators and leadership in science and technology, we are involved in managing skills, institutions, teams to navigate through ethical and legal issues. Now, as managers and leaders, once we recruit, we go to knowing the specifics, the nitty-gritties of a job, and ensure that the person we are employing is the right fit. And this does not only include for the arts people, we do it for the doctors, we do it for the engineers and all other disciplines that are employed in the government service. So it is the role of the manager to ensure that the people we are recruiting really fit into what we need. And as we employ these people, we deploy, we ensure that they stay up to what we need. And how do we do it? For example, we have doctors, we have engineers. We ensure that they are doing the right thing at the right time and giving the best of what we require. If you don't regulate, it will be, the person will be more of a problem to the society, more than an asset. So how do we do it? We ensure that the laws and regulations that govern these people are put in place. To surprise you, I will tell you that some doctors and engineers sometimes forget that they are supposed to renew their practicing licenses. And it is the leaders and the managers who have to check, are these people supposed to be practicing? Have they gained the right skills? These people go to their disciplines, to the theaters, and forget about their other life. They forget that they have to be socially accepted, they have to live other lives, and they are so inclined into their day-to-day work. So us, as managers, the ones we are calling the interdisciplinary managers, are the ones that ensure that these people get the best out of their work. Also, as we deal with people, we maintain collaboration. Right now, the city, and I think the whole country, is managing mpox. If you look at it at a larger picture, you would think it is a medical issue. But this is not a medical issue. We are all managing. The social workers are managing. The medics are managing. For example, in the city, all heads of departments attend the MPOX meetings because we understand, much as it is medical, it is also a social issue. So you can't only manage MPOX as a medic, you also need the other people. What I would also need, we also handle conflicts. As staff are placed, conflicts arise. And who handles the conflicts? It is the managers that we are looking, the leaders, the ones that have gained these skills of conflict management, the ones that have gained skills of gender, that are really managing conflicts because they understand it more perfectly and in another perspective. As policymakers, we are looking at the country which is facing an economic burden. Why? Because if you're encouraging only the curative, you're looking at curing because you're training doctors to go in there, diagnose, give medicine, and that's all. But we are also saying if these people studied the Bachelor of Science in Gender and Public Health, they studied the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihoods, that is nutrition, Bachelor of Science in Planning and Community Development, they understand their people well. They know the gender disaggregated data they have in the country, they know the population, they know the youth, they know the health centers that are in there, and they are able to ensure that they are preventing diseases instead of us waiting to acquire diseases and we go to the doctor to get medicine, and then the country is overburdened. There is no enough medicine, no enough health centers, no enough anything. So we need to collaborate so that we even limit the number of people that are going for what? For medicine. I'll also talk about the engineering. Thank you, the engineering people. I'm happy that you're here because I'm happy that you're also interdisciplinary. You know that there is something beyond the engineering. And as someone who works in government, I want to inform you that engineering has gone beyond the buildings. We are looking at beautification. We are looking at social safeguards. We are looking at the environment. So there is no way an engineer is going to stand alone without knowing how the building is going to affect the community. And then I'll talk about the career progression. As we enter into government, we are looking engineer, doctor, architect, but as we grow, I think the dean, Dr. Gonzi, my former guild, will understand that at his level now, he's no longer a practicing doctor, the one who goes to theater and cuts people, and he's now an administrator. And now his skills, the skills he wants, are beyond the Bachelor of Medicine. He's now an administrator. And what does he need? He needs that Master of Science in Peace and Conflict Studies, because he's at the level of resolving conflicts in his department. He needs the Master of Arts in Planning and Governance, because I'm very sure you're the one that handles planning in your department. So he's no longer this practicing operational person. He's actually an administrator and a leader who actually needs these courses at must. I'll also go to coexistence. Really, if we left these courses out of must, it would be a disadvantage to the students of must in other disciplines. Kampala University offers medicine, engineering, and these other courses. And I think on a human face, if I was interviewing and I saw an engineer from MUST, I would be impressed. Or if I saw a doctor from MUST, that is coexistence. So why should we not honor our own university and ensure that there is coexistence? There is an administrator, there is a social worker, there is a public health consultant, and then we work together for coexistence and good social living. So for that sake, I think as I go back to when MUST was starting, it was starting to solve the few numbers of doctors. But as we talk now, when you advertise for the position of doctor, you will be surprised, you will get 200 doctors. Does that still apply? So we need to change. Let us look at other professionals as important, because we need to mix with them and find the way of how we live in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll call upon Mr. Adam to see me so that we go through public service. When you see the design of the programs that we have presented this afternoon, do they have a path, a career path in deployment? What is lacking, and what is the space, the opening space for them? Where are they deployed? So that we also get that feedback on employability and deployment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mbarara. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for giving this opportunity to make some comments. First of all, I must appreciate, in general, when we look at all these courses, the content, it is so fertile. And it is much, especially now whereby you was impressed when you find engineers discussing politics. Yes, it is going to awaken us politically. When we are still in school, they will say those are subjects for people like me. Then engineers, doctors would be somewhere maybe in books. But now when you have courses like these ones, which have like political economy, all of us get enlightened. The president says in his book, when they were students at the Dar es Salaam University, there was a subject, I think was the development studies, that was compulsory for all. And it's because of that, that most of them came and did what they did, and we've benefited. Now, when we go to the courses, I can see the content is so good. However, being a civil servant who is traditional, with that colonial hangover, some of them might wonder. When I looked at a course like community development and planning and community development, because I used the other ones whereby they are separated. But I would be comfortable if we employed somebody with that course, other than the other one of SWASA, development studies. So I think now what we need to do is continuous engagement. Yes? Otherwise, when you appoint somebody who has studied a course that is multi-sector, that person is a big resource. Yeah? I've seen, is it GIS in all the courses. So now if somebody is deployed as a community development officer, overseeing PDM, overseeing conflict resolution, gender issues, with that knowledge in GIS, unlike before whereby it was left for physical planners and geographers. So I must applaud you. What you are doing, I think, is good for, it's like you approached it from the patriotic point of view, I think. I hope JB did not have too much input. I must say I'm really impressed. these ones are going to produce responsible citizens. Now, when you have enlightened citizens, managing them becomes so simple. Yes? When the resources are not adequate, people will understand. Somebody who has studied the political economy. The professor in the morning talked of coexistence of science, technology, and humanities. I entirely agree with him. Actually, we are having a challenge. Even defining science, a scientist, is still a challenge to us. That's why, in order to overcome it, we just define that for payroll purposes, we went to define some positions that are benefiting from science. And they're even challenging us that those we call science are not. Recently, when we looked at first we call them science teachers, but they say that they are scientists. So somebody was telling us that they teach history of science. They are not teaching science themselves. Then Mujuni Bernard, the poet, talked of, did he call it salary what? Discrimination. But me, I will call it salary enhancement in a phased manner. Yeah, it's true. It's true we are paying science salaries differently. Now I want to bring in how political economists are going to help us when they're employed in civil service. Government knows very well that all must coexist. Yes? There is no country that can exist with only scientists or arts alone. All of us must contribute. But some of you have studied political economy, you know how our economy is performing. So that's why we said, let us start small by small. That's when we enhanced salaries of health workers, then we went to scientists, then we went to vice chancellors, other university staff, primary school teachers, then judicial officers, both in DPP, judiciary, and the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Then we went to Uganda Police, prisons, and UPDF. But the government is committed to enhancing salaries of other categories of staff. We have a pay policy in place and pay plan which has even expired, but it has been renewed. And now it has been included in NDP4, whereby now all of us, including me and my sister here, will benefit from salary enhancement. We usually get a lot of resistance. But now, in the future, when we have people, officers, who have studied the political economy, they know how the economy of their country is doing, they will not get, I think, we shall not be getting a lot of headache. So, in my view, these courses which you want to introduce are going to make the work of administrators very, very simple. But as I earlier suggested, we need continuous engagement with the university and then the Ministry of Public Service. And as my colleague was introduced, Kenneth Matovu is the one who helps us in designing those job descriptions. And then nothing with how we might benefit. You know, everybody claims, as I've said, at the moment we can't define who a scientist is. Because when you go to the Science Act, even a social scientist is defined as a what? As a scientist. There is somewhere where we went, drivers, they said they are scientists. They demonstrated how they drive, yes? They said they are scientists, yes? And now there are courses which have been confusing. There was an incidental, it is Makerere University. They had a course in Bachelor of Science in Environmental Management, then Bachelor of Arts in Environmental Management. Now, for us, environmental officers are designated as scientists. But now somebody appears, Bachelor of Arts in Environmental Sciences. But I'm happy that yours are specific. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tsime. Yes, I will. I'm opening up the discussion. Now, in the interest of time, I'm going to give one minute. And then for the panelists here, and then we shall open up the discussions. We have note takers, and we have a feedback process on how this information is going to return to all of us. And I'll go straight like this, starting with you, Mr. Arasisi.
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. Student training program. I did it myself when I was a student at master at my bachelor's level. And I did my student training program from Kagando Village B. Long before I knew that the president would even end up appointing me to be the RCC of the same area. And no wonder, issues that have come from the community, I have really appreciated them well, mediated the conflicts there properly, and come up with concrete programs which are running in the village, proper monitoring, because that community is not new to me, courtesy of the training from the interdisciplinary studies. I would like to first underscore one point. My love and passion for interdisciplinary studies was shaped by three people. One of them is the late Dr. Frank Anabuiso, who passed on recently. Another one is the living testimony, Professor Oeiwa Afuna-Adura. Those who are at Makerere know him very well. I think he's the oldest student of interdisciplinary studies we have in Uganda, having studied from Dar es Salaam University with the president. And the third one is His Excellency the President. Long before I came to MAST, I had been sent to Beijing to study urban infrastructure planning and community development. And when I came back, the president told me that you need to enhance your skills and training in planning for cities because Uganda is going to open up new cities. So we sat. Among us was Mr. Chancellor Daudi. And he said there's only one university in Uganda which offers this interdisciplinary studies. And this young man is good. And indeed the president bought the idea and said, if it's Mbarara University, I trust it. There's even a service course. That's how I ended up coming here. And indeed, I believe I have not been a disappointment in my service, especially the community of Mbarara City. From young, a jack of all trade, I do a lot of things outside the office of the RCC, where I have even more experience. But I know that the world has has moved from interdisciplinarity to interdisciplinarity, and soon it will end up going nano-disciplinarity. So it defeats my mind whether at this stage we should be even discussing about the relevance of interdisciplinary studies, because the world has changed. If you yourself, you haven't changed, the world is moving and it is reshaping its own, it is reshaping people in its own way. Mr. Pius, yesterday we went to bury the mother of my lecturer, Dr. Valence. We got lost. No, none of us in the car, which I was driving, knew the location. But when I asked him for location, he said, check on your phone. There was a point. So we followed that point on our tabs to reach where we are going, deep in Kisoro, near the Congo border. Now tell me, were we practicing science or arts at that stage? And everybody nowadays has already moved, yet the change has already taken us up. Now it would be hard for us to continue thinking that we can lock out other disciplines because we won't give favor for a few disciplines. When the world has already moved, we would be letting ourselves down. We would be letting ourselves down. Our guest of honor, I love the way you presented it. I love the way you presented it. It was so clear and straight. Whoever wants to buy it would buy it. Of course, as RCC, our biggest job is to monitor government programs, ensure security, and participate in the mediations of the coming problems within our community, like land conflicts, all sorts of conflicts. And it's the interdisciplinary studies which has made some of us to be very resilient and versatile in handling office problems. To me, I'm a clear testimony that at the head office, my supervisors have never had any complaint about Robert Kanusu in execution of his office duties as RCC. Because I'm made by the people, I'm made by the faculty, which knows the community concerns. And they will be letting down my faculty if I failed to handle small issues coming up in community. Lastly, since there's closing remarks and I was supposed to say something as the RCC, let me say it right away because I know time is not on our side. Government is running a lot of intervention programs. And these programs, I don't know whether they're interdisciplinary or non-disciplinary. And we are always handling them. PDM, with all its pillars. How far can the doctors, only as doctors, help us to run the PDM program and implement it? How many can participate? How many appreciate it and understand it even? And we are all serving government. At the end of the day, we are all serving what? Government. So to me, I believe that it's better to just respect each other. The university councils I hear should be very clear and straight. They should understand the reality that no discipline is supposed to beg for the other discipline to help them survive. We only need each other. We only need each other. And I know that if it was for the purpose of maybe reshaping and improving on the programs and the course units, that would be another story. We call upon Must University to continue retaining its purpose, because I know the president put it here for the purpose of enhancing community and societal problems and address them and find solutions to them. Now, if we deviate from it and we say that the only problem here is only diseases and all that, we will be zeroing the thing to a small issue. And yet universities are defined as silos of knowledge where we get everything, especially those pressing issues in the community. So let us accept each other. Let us not defeat each other in terms of being, maybe for us we are superior because we did sciences, but science is doing things in a systematic way. Everyone is applying his own science. I was in Beijing, in Shanghai, China. There is a street called the Band. You can Google about it. It's called the Band. It was made in the olden days of China with the stones. But much as China has transformed and improved in technologies, some of you have been there and appreciate the robust development in China. They have never destroyed the Band because it is the basis of their engineering together with the Great Wall of China. They have never dismantled them because they have to reflect on where they started from. So even Must University, in its struggle to move forward, should still reflect on where it started from. It will be a disappointment to His Excellency, my President, that you are locking out some of the students who are underprivileged in this region to access education at the cheapest university around them, that you are only promoting sciences and leaving out the rest. And yet you know very well that these people here are Abahinji Nabalisa. God bless you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. You will allow me to give you one minute so that I give an opportunity to the audience. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I know my minutes have been consumed by my senior, so I will not take a lot of time. Once again, my name is Nelson Muhanji, and I will be discussing as, first of all, someone that studied from Mbarara University for 4 years, Bachelor of Development Studies, Postgraduate, and then I became a practitioner as a community development officer and transited to management. So the topic I have been given, I will be trying to relate what I studied from master and what is in the world of work. First of all, I want to appreciate the changes that have been made ever since we left the university. For us, when we are doing government studies, some of the course units were not included. I have seen like community psychology. We got issues when we got to the field. We had to learn on job some of these things. So we appreciate the strides made ever since we left this university, because it has been undergoing reforms ever since we left. So I want to talk about the relevance of what many people call arts people in the development of this country. And I will now discuss in relation to the development programs that we come up with. For example, PDM. I'm happy that when PDM was being designed, there is a pillar for mindset change. You can only preach mindset change if you are a graduate of MAST, and specifically from interdisciplinary studies. These engineers will come and talk their science and doctors, but as long as the community has not been prepared, all these words will fall on deaf ears. So programs that just enter into communities without preparing communities will fall on deaf ears, and we are very optimistic that PDM will serve, because they included a very good pillar on mindset change. The other issue, why we need to have inclusiveness in the programs that we design, I will give an example of the flyover at MAST. For us, when we are at MAST, I think that is the time when they put that flyover, and it was not women friendly. They made it in such a way that if a woman uses it, you know what I'm saying. So if they had if they had involved the gender experts while designing that project, maybe it would have served the purpose. I remember when we were there, we never used to use it. We would go blow it, and then you were involved in accidents. Just because these engineers, they do a very good work, but it was not usable. The other issue I want to present is about our ability as social workers to diagnose community problems. Most times, projects are designed. For example, you have a poor program, you have designed it, and you assume that it will cut across all the poor, forgetting that we have different layers of poverty. If you have a community, you could have people that have land, there are others that do not have land. So if you have a one-size-fits-all when designing a project, you may miss out. So when you have the social experts on the team, they will be able to diagnose the community needs and design the best for them, for each of them. Now, finally, I have looked through the program, this course in planning and community development, and I have the following to mention. Number one, the name itself, because we have been receiving students from MAST coming for internship. Sometimes a student will come and he thinks he should be going to the planning department. So you look at the course content and you really see this is a real social worker. So I think we need to always prepare our students, and they know where they are supposed to end. Some of us who went through there, and we know the changes that have been made over time, we understand that this is community development related course. But some other people may end up placing them in departments where they do not fit. They may think that they are actually statisticians when they are not. And then I'm happy we have officials from public service here. Maybe the university may need to time and again engage with some of these stakeholders so that they are included even when they are advertising for jobs. Because someone who does not understand this course may just look at your paper and think that you are a planner, when you are actually fit to be a community development officer, a manager, an administrator. So maybe we need to continue engaging so that the stakeholders understand the content of our courses. And finally, I think when I looked through the two trajectories in that course, the content in the area of urban management looks rich, but when I look to the one under, is it rural something, there, I want to believe that we need to include some course units in the area of public administration, because we are not only training community development officers. Some of us, I told you, I started as a community development officer, but currently I'm a manager. Now, if I have not interacted with those management skills, the approaches in public administration, the new governance dynamics, I may not make a very good administrator at work. And I also feel we need to, because when you are an administrator, you are actually interpreting the role. So maybe we may also need to design some of the programs that talk about law, because an administrator who does not know law is really not an administrator. I thank you.
Very rich, and thank you so much. And on this panel, we are coming to the last person. They have taken out all your time, but I hope you will fit in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Edmund Ariampika. Today I'm wearing two hats. I'm representing Honorable Musugarukari, MP Mbarara City North, as well as I'm here as the team leader for Destination Ankwari, promoting Mbarara City as a tourism destination, as well as Ankwari for tourism. So basically my presentation will take a few minutes, 2 or 3. The first question is, from what I've heard, what is science? There is a big definition of science. I will simplify it. New knowledge solves society problems. As long as you cannot solve problems, it means you are not adding anything. How about the engineers who construct roads and they just take 1 month and they are no more? Are those really scientists? They can't even ask the community that the water, they can't even understand the flooding patterns by just asking neighbors. So are those scientists? Don't you think we need interdisciplinary, especially community engagement, especially for these engineers and others? So it means science is just a body, something new to solve society problems. Then some other important issue. Uganda is not an island. I was laughing at people, they are doing electric cars, they are doing what? I was like, how much is an electric car? They say 180 million. Then how about this other one? 40 million. So where do we have comparative advantage as Uganda? Is it in science or in agriculture? If we do our coffee, can't we have our dollars and we buy cheaper cars? Do we have to do each and everything? So what we need is focusing on things which are important for the society. Where do we have the comparative advantage? Mbarara University of Science and Technology is located in Ankwari. And I'm sure the government had a purpose why it put all regional universities. You go to Gulu, there is Northern, there is Gulu. You go to Eastern, there is a university. So I believe Mbarara University should be able to solve the challenges within here. We are having a challenge, people going to Saudi Arabia, most of them are from here. But you find someone has a square mile of land at their home, but they are in Saudi Arabia suffering, earning 1 million. So why should you scrap off a program, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, or even if it's called Arts and Livelihoods? Don't you think that's a disservice to the community? Are we going to be doctors, all of us in here? The answer is no. So let's solve the problems of Ankwari. I think that was the reason why the president said we should have Mbarara University. Maybe if it's the challenge of calling it science, but I believe science can be anything. Okay? So those people who call themselves scientists, I think you need to revise that, and we need to contribute and see where we have a comparative advantage as a society, so that we are able. Okay, I have a master's from University of Cambridge. They introduced what we call conservation leadership, because they understood that the conservation science that already they were teaching, it was nothing, especially in Africa. So they put that course purposely for conservation leaders. Because I know University of Cambridge has been here for more than 900 years, but if of recent they have said they need an interdisciplinary course, then for us we are actually saying no, we don't need it. Don't you think there is a problem? Can't we learn from people who have done it over time? The oldest university here is over 100 years, but the other one is 900 years. So let's learn, okay? And we can't do. Now when we hear nuclear, Russia is fighting with what? They are threatening with nuclear. We shall also go and say now we are a science university. Now let's put nuclear science program at must. No, we can't do each and everything, okay? So that's it. And I was supposed to look at PDM and relevance of this. What are the major challenges? I'll summarize. Basically what we have: land fragmentation, gender-based violence, environmental damage, poor planning, priorities. So I believe these courses that we are talking about in interdisciplinary studies, there will be so much relevant. Community planning, how do you plan for 1 acre? How do you plan for 4 acres? Okay? Then also, land fragmentation, can't you come up as a company and a family and you have something, you work together, okay? Then I'm so impressed, you talked about master of conservation, biodiversity and tourism. Tourism circuit, every tourist who comes to Uganda passes here, but are we tapping any dollar from them? Are we? So can't our people, don't you think that course will be relevant for this region? Kabari University has put Bachelor of Tourism. Many people, they have done it and they are benefiting because they have gorillas, they have Mogahinga, Echuya and Wind. They are benefiting it all. So let's understand society problem so that we can be relevant to the society, not just what the here says. Okay? That is my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have had a rich debate. I'm going to give a microphone. Enid has a microphone, and I'm going to allow contributions from the audience. And then, if you have any questions for these people, you can ask. But I'm going to allow contributions, and then we end our day. Yeah. Yes, Professor Melissa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Viola. All protocols observed. I'm Professor Robert Munisa from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and I've seen all the transitions. I am intrigued by the discussion and the debates that have been here, and my key purpose is to make a few contributions and clarifications. I like the word continuous engagement with the public service. I like the words we've gone through change and the world is changing. And I like the word planning. I come here to clarify our program, and most especially I've been intrigued by my colleague who was talking about whether they are planners. You know, in developing countries, and most in Uganda, there are 2 planning aspects, or 3 planning aspects of late that have come to be focused on. One is economic planning, which looks at resource mobilization and disbursement, to make it simple. The second one is physical planning, which looks at the structures. The third one that has come of late is environmental planning. But have you ever known a profession called social planning? Now, a social planning is an aspect that is never looked at in Africa and in Uganda. They look at it by mistake, either by activists or by anybody. And I want to exemplify this with the recent call of public service, that we public servants, we are being killed by obesity, and we need to exercise. Let me look at my public servants. Madam Slainer, do you exercise? Where? Okay, let me make it simple. When you exercise, when you think of exercising and you are working, 30 minutes break during break time, have you ever thought of your body, perspiration, and what happens to you? Definitely, as an officer, you are thinking of the next person who will come to your office and the order that will be coming from the sweat, so you shy away from exercising. In developed countries, they have integrated the construction with the spaces for refreshing. You find a shower. I travel a lot. I like our Entebbe airport. It's the only airport where you find a shower. Going to the shower. Think of who should look at the plan to see that there is a shower. That's the social issue. When you think of the stress, one of the things again that is killing us at the workplace is stress. We talk of social spaces, interacting. You were approving big administrative buildings for institutions. Who looks at whether there is a social space where workers can meet and have a cup of tea? If you have traveled abroad, you found that. We are looking at road construction. When I'm in Germany, I'm not fearing of walking on the street. There is clearly marked a pedestrian, someone riding a bicycle, a bus, a taxi. On our roads, we are competing with a border, a cow, a tractor. Who looks at that physical aspect and the social aspects of road construction? I am planning to build my house in my old age, where I am putting my bedroom at the second floor. But the physical planner, the technical planning department, will approve the plan and will not ask me how I will leave my second floor at 60. They are only telling me, you better construct another bedroom similar to the one on the second floor, so that when you are old, you can sleep in that one. You are only looking at the environment, waste disposal, and the physical, whether the building cannot collapse. That's a brief of what we teach in the Bachelor of Science in Planning. And I would want to call upon you, as we engage with public service, this is time to also consider recruiting social planners, to look at whatever plan we are making to ensure that it has a social face. And I think from that, I would think that every job sector would have a social planner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Prof. Kenneth is my name. Good evening. We've had quite a many of presentations today, and we're all speaking interdisciplinary studies. What the former speaker has been unpacking is still interdisciplinary. Now, although my colleague introduced me as in charge job descriptions, it is the other way around. It is structures, systems, and specifications. So when you're talking interdisciplinary, I'll tag myself to one of the objectives of the NDP, which is human capital development. This is a buffet of this interdisciplinary. Today, the doctor has moved out. The key donor-funded activities in the health sector is preventive medicine. Yes or no? Who better will do that? Will it be a medical practitioner or a public health? So my sister there has jobs. If you're failing to prevent, these doctors are going to teach you the hard way. You walk into a private hospital, the consultation fee they'll tell you 200,000. Then you'll ask, if they start treating, how much will it be? Let us look at the time of COVID. Has someone been to Chanja, Najera? In 2018 versus 2025, 2024, have we seen the developments that have happened? Do you think that was physical planning or engineering? Most of those developments are for these civil servants here. They were cheated on their money. They didn't know how to use that money. Most of them would marry another woman, waste the money, have problems. But when they went into societies and understood that, oh, Chanja is not more of a commercial area. It is residential. Our population today is 45. Yes? So where are all these people going to stay? Someone said people are running to Saudi Arabia. Let's start home. People are leaving Mbarara to come and congest Kampala. Let us start there. What are we missing? What government has done? Government has been proactive enough. It has created the structures. So when my commissioner says, let us continue engaging, as we've created the structures, how? Have you seen the Department of Local Economic Development? Did we have it before? Have we seen community-based services where you have the probation welfare, labor officers, community development? My sister there can be a very good probation and welfare officers because it's looking at family health, family matters. If you go into now physical planning and all that, in government today, we cannot award you a contract, an engineering contract, unless you have a social scientist on that project, an environmentalist on that project, and a public health practitioner. So unless you're saying that we are engaging at the courses being offered here and how we can now include them in the many that we have. So us as public service, our doors are open to look at these courses. We shall subject them to an examination. We study them further. We've seen the engineers here. Yes, that is good, but when you're talking political economy, we are not talking history. We are speaking the will, political will of government. If government is saying that we have calamities in Bududa, landslides, we need to relocate people. That is now political will. But when they choose the area where they are moving the affected persons, someone needs to do an environmental impact assessment. Someone needs to study, okay, the people in Bududa, what have they been doing? They have been farmers. Where you're taking them, are they going to farm? Is that the work of an engineer? So government is proactively working. What we need to do as a university, engage more. Let's see how we can include all these disciplines in our specifications and work better. Thank you.
Thank you for opening the door to include. We shall have these two people here and then the third, and I'm looking for the fourth, and we are close. The fifth, and then we close.
Okay, thank you very much. Turingana Felix is my name, Principal Community Development Officer, Shima District. I'm here to talk about the relevance of science in technology, of humanities in science and technology. For me as a practitioner, this relevance is not only a local issue, but a global issue. I will give you an example of UGIFT projects and other World Bank projects. There is a component of environmental and social safeguards. These areas are assessed by the Office of the Prime Minister, and if they are not met, they have implications on a district or a local government. Not only simple implications, reduction of funding. What does this person do? In this, he does environmental and social screening. He does environmental and social safeguard management plan. He does the certification. And even when it comes to the payment, when the signature of that person is not there, that contractor cannot be paid. Then, also as a practitioner, I myself, I also have a responsibility in water. In water, we have majorly 3 people. We have the water officer, we have the assistant district water officer mobilization, that is a product of MAST, that is the social worker. Then we have the sanitation part. And in this, their responsibility is the implementation of software activities. And in water projects, software activities takes 40% and hardware activities takes 60%. So, in assessment, they have serious implications. Then going forward, in the presentation of the Dean, he talked about benchmarking from the Rundi University. Don't go far to the Rundi. May happen to do my master's at the University of Dar es Salaam under IDS. This IDS was established in 1973, and it is the only institute in the university that has its courses being taught in other schools and colleges within the university. Look at the Sokoine University. Look, Sokoine University of Agriculture. It is the University of Agriculture, and agriculture is a science. Go to Aridi University, it is the University of Lands. All these universities have interdisciplinary courses within themselves. So, as you benchmark, don't leave out those areas to support your claims. Thank you very much.
I thank you. I want to add my voice on my colleague Nelson, who talked about that there's an element of including public administration and law interpretation. I'm a senior probation officer, Mbarara City. I'm not a MAST product, but I studied development studies at UCU. When a child in conflict with law, that is when a child has committed a crime and is supposed to make a statement or is making a statement, there must be either one, a parent or a social worker who's a probation officer. I studied development studies, meaning I'm bringing the relevancy of the discipline. 2, when time of a child who has committed a crime is before the magistrate or judge, the probation officer must be there. 1, to ensure that he pleads for the child either for community service order or for a lenient service. Meaning that the discipline is relevant when it comes to a child in conflict with law, and he has to be represented by a probation officer. 3, at the time of his discharge or her discharge from court, or when you receive a missing or a lost child, you are supposed to make a resettlement plan. And the resettlement plan entails, or you have to make sure that at least where you are taking the child, he receives a good reception. Other than that, you might resettle a child when you don't have a resettlement plan. You might resettle a child, the next day you hear he's killed. or he's bounced back on the road because of the family violence and dispute. So I'm saying this, that the presentation Nelson made, that it is so wise if included an element of law so that a social worker, any student who has passed through must, when he's employed, he can interpret law before a magistrate. You find a magistrate asking a probation officer, what does the Children's Act say? And you are there to interpret for the magistrate. I thank you.
All protocol observed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Dr. Moses Samanyire, and I head the production department in Mbarara City. I want to appreciate all those that have presented. Really, the presentations were good. And I want also to actually add my voice on the issue of interdisciplinary studies. As the professor was going through his presentation, I was actually looking through my field. I'm a vet surgeon. I admired studying from Mbarara University, but I failed. I managed to study from Makerere University. So I related what the topic, the discussion was all about to most of what we do as doctors. I looked at the disease control itself. I was looking at the disease triad, where we have the host, the disease causative agent, and the environment. What did I see in the environment? A lot of interdisciplinary studies. The doctors can go on the issues of the causative agent, looking at the host, but the activities within the environment that include, but not limited, to sensitization, issues of, or a range of social issues that must be done for me as a doctor to have an effective and also good results. When I was looking at the ecosystem, actually I related all this with the ecosystem. I was looking at an ecosystem with plants, with animals, and non-living things. What did I see? I saw all the elements working together. For an ecosystem that lacks any one of those components, it means it's a dead ecosystem. If plants don't produce oxygen and animals don't produce carbon dioxide, and the non-living things create the shelter, then the ecosystem is dead. So this is a scenario we are in, whereby whoever is saying science do matter than the arts is wrong. Because scientists do provide what they're supposed to provide, what they know best. But now, the interdisciplinary group blends what these other people do. So in regard to the courses, I'm actually inspired. Personally, my colleagues will tell you what I've done is not actually, what I do currently is not veterinary. I've done a lot. I had a PDM program in Mbarara City. And what have I met there? Issues of conflicts, group dynamics, and I have managed to go through because I attended classes of public admin somewhere. I've attended classes of economics, okay? And I don't actually feel that I need to go back to the veterinary medicine for further. So as you bring closer to us those courses that will blend my skills, then I will be a very better and upright human being. The only challenge I see, I don't want us to think, somebody I'm sorry quoted that engineers have done roads that have, let's keep our lane. And people don't read us in a negative way. Because I understand, like doing a road, as everyone says, it is not only the engineer. Actually, if any road fails, the person to blame is that guy who was supposed to do environmental impact assessment. Well, that's where we begin. Before you bring your wheel loaders, before you bring your whatever, somebody must have done. As I conclude from my practice, where social workers have not been involved, especially in disease control, like FMD, foot and mouth disease, where us, the vets, the scientists, thought we would manage alone, we have failed. And where you find that a situation has been handled, then the social workers are there. When an outbreak comes, the social workers are in front. They are the ones to make, actually they are the pathfinders. Adoption of innovations. Many government projects, especially those that are within those, there are some organizations where you find actually maybe the social workers is the only, maybe the accountant and whatever. Such organizations, their innovations have not worked. So to me, I think this is the way to go, and I would request the university leadership, if it means to change the course to fit to what people want to hear, but we have seen the content is fine, then we add the Bachelor of Science so that the thing can. When I look at surgery, anatomy, actually their definitions begin with, this is an art of, it's an art. So I want to stop there, but I want to thank you for bringing us on board, and I would encourage you that you include more scientists in this discussion, because us that have at least been in the level of management and up, this is the way to go. And actually, I take this also opportunity to request or to send a message to public service. As we move up from being a junior officer to whatever, we don't actually need to get stuck to, if you are to be a principal, if you are to be what, that you must study veterinary medicine. Because the veterinary was supposed to be used at that level. Now, as you move up, to me, I don't think it would be proper to say somebody must be having a PhD in veterinary medicine. No, we must open up. Because some of us, we really think that maybe we are wrongly placed. We need to run away. Because it's like they are covering us, not to expand, not to benefit many. I don't believe when people grow, they need to grow and benefit many. I think for the time, let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Daktari. And let me stand up. We are supposed to have some energizers, which we were warned actually by the good doctor. Mine is just simple. You see, we inherited a very exploitative state, colonial state, and of all the revolutions that have come, none of the leaders has changed that. A state at the vanguard as the anchor of exploitation. So it benefits from inequity by discounting your productivity. It makes a profit in terms of cheap labor and all that. So as a student of political economy, my friend, you should know that structuring, even categorize, even this happens even at domestic level between a girl and a child and a boy child who should go to school. First send the boy child because the girl, after all, will be married, you know. And you think marriage is a good deal for the girl child. Then he starts on essential and non-essential workers. New forms of discrimination emerge. Who is more essential than the other? No, this one is more essential. Then you institutionalize science and artists, who is essential and non, and it goes on. But you see, about every time you discriminate, someone is benefiting. That actually is the definition of discrimination and prejudice. As long as you do it, someone else is benefiting at the expense of the other. And that's not fair. Inequity. And you are undermining the productivity of the other person. So there's no better one that can explain inequity. Even if you go and sugarcoat and say, you know, we are planning for gold for you in the future. You are going to inherit the kingdom of God. It doesn't add up. But two, appropriation, cultural appropriation and intellectual property appropriation is not new. The colonialists did it. I'll tell you, I'm part of the social risk management team that is developing comprehensive legal policy, regulatory, everything standards on social impact assessment and social risk management, social safeguards. You can call it so many words, but we have gone ahead to even codify and give it, you know, the value proposition. I can tell you, Uganda lost $500 million because of violating social safeguard issues on the construction of the road between Kamwenge, Kaolore, Bigodi, actually in Bigodi. And I was with the World Bank. I'm the social risk person for World Bank in the Ministry of Gender. So all social safeguards come to you, gift everything with my officers who did social safeguards for you gift. So I can share this from policy to practice that social licensing, social accounting, social valuation has a price to pay. You see, this thing of cultural appropriation, when you compensate, even in compensation, by the way, engineers, and I will differ with my previous speaker, the good old vet, that this problem starts at design stage when the roads are being designed. And just the other day, I'm a forest farmer, I was going to Chibale to check on my shamba, and link had stopped somewhere. And you know, women, children, men, everyone just went into the bush and started easing. I saw an old woman. You know, in our culture, when you see the behind of an old woman, it's a curse. It's a bad luck. And indeed, I found when my goats had been stolen. Because she was busy in the bush. You drive from Kampala to Mubende to Ene. There's no designed social rest place, area of convenience. Even when you're tired, accidents. From Mbarara to here, tell me which one was designated. And my personal assistant is there. We reached Lukaya to eat chicken. Very good chicken, everything. But the place for you to go to, apart from paying for it, is very dirty. It's not designed for the long ride people to rest. Can you reach there and take a nap? I visited my in-laws from Ohio down to Mississippi, down Buffalo, near Canada. That's around 600 kilometers, 700 kilometers. But along You would drive, even stretch, even take a shower, even, of course, have a bite or even a nap. Because it's a long drive. You can't sit for 7 hours of driving and you think you are still okay. The blood simply doesn't circulate. So, and this is from our design houses here, the good engineers who are not socially probably conscious. I'm glad we signed an MOU with UNRA before it was merged. Now we are going to work with Ministry of Works on this matter, so that from design stage, all infrastructure, government infrastructure must take care of it. You see, we have been focusing on physical infrastructure at the expense of social infrastructure. And that's the game plan. That's the equation. So focusing on on human being as a center of development and design is what can help us to add 1 + 1 = not 5, but 2. So thank you so much. I'm very passionate about these things. So you can, yeah, let me conclude. I think basically, no, that's it, about cultural appropriation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Very interesting things, Pius. And then we are ending this session with a few remarks. Our Vice Chancellor is online, and she'll close this event. So she has followed us. And we also have our senior citizen who also said two remarks. Please, Pius.
Thank you. All protocol observed. I appreciate what is being presented here. The new programs, the programs that are being proposed, I am ready to support that when it comes to council. Yes, there was I can say a miscommunication or a misunderstanding or misinterpretation on some issues when it came to getting the news from council that 2 programs were not accepted. And the graduate said, confirm on you a degree of Master of Arts. It's supposed to FIS, FIS, studies. Yes. Or anyone with Master of Arts that it is not allowed to be in a university. No, we work together, interdisciplinarity. However, council was like, can you sugarcoat? You show the difference. You show like otherwise the name arts, it was was in a meeting where a resolution was passed. And then people start fighting, bias, what? You know, you voted me there. And when the council passes a resolution, we own it. I don't go and then backbite council. Own the same. So I get the right forum where people in Faculty of Interdisciplinary. I think some of them, if they had the chance, they would knock me down. And nice. So, on the program, stopping or putting a ban on programs. Section 40 of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act, Part 1, says the University Council is the supreme organ of the university responsible for the overall administration of the university, ensuring the due implementation of the objects and functions of the university. So Dr. Tom Ogwang, you said, why is the University Council concerned? No. Finally, all costs, salaries, problems are brought to council for sorting. So you don't do chaos things there and you expect council to sleep. However, do your work, don't allow the university council to micromanage. So the university council, when it sees a mess, it comes out to clean the mess. So we set the program back, and this time you'll get good news. We want to support you. Programs are stopped because of space and understaffing. Sometimes new programs. There was an issue of the FCI building. It will, as Dr. Ngons said, we accepted. I sit with Dr. Ngons on the council. We accept, and Professor Taro, we accepted some new programs. So whatever whereas the resolution was there, we are flexible and we understand. We also need the money. New programs will bring money. You show us. Yes. So, however, not Master of Arts, not a Bachelor of Arts. Unless we first remove the word science and technology, and we become flat Mbarara University. So, I think, yeah, so we have new programs being revised, that's okay. Sometimes because of numbers, if you show that you have 5 students being taught by 20 lecturers, is that making economic sense? You have a degree, 5 students, it is hiring 20 lecturers. At university is okay, but there are some people who come in with a business sense. It took a lot of my effort on the University Council trying to defend Bachelor of Computer Engineering, Bachelor of Science Computer Engineering. They closed it. I was like, why? As you have said, you can even have 5 engineers. It's government. The salary is from government. But people debated. We sit with different people from different angles of the country. So they beat you, you get defeated. The program closed. I was like, we have innovators here. Dr. Medad, Dr. Waswa, very creative engineers. But the program closed. They had the power as an individual, I would bring it back. So they said, however, go and revise, because the numbers, I think the university needed, through the AR&1, they needed to do some community, whatever, they go out and talk about this program. Awareness, so that students choose it. But we lost that good program, computer engineering.
However, we brought on board software engineering. We said, okay, we have lost this, let's bring this. So thank you very much. I appreciate, thank you for inviting me, Dr. Vieira. You called me. I had some other engagements with the HR's office today. That's why I came late. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor, you can say something, then we will end. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate the interactions that I've witnessed. Quite a lot to benefit from, especially the last panel. They brought quite interesting perspective to interdisciplinarity. Monoskills training is now an outdated aspect. We need to get out of it. We need to be jack of all trades. So even engineers need to be trained. Financial management. Because as my colleague says there, at the lower level you can do the technical work. But when you go into the management level, you should be able to become a doctor, should be able to become a chief administrative officer. Not to be managed by a chief administrative officer who doesn't even understand the work of a DMO. So there are those ambiguities that we need to sort out through interdisciplinarity. But that is not why I'm standing. I just wanted to take this time and appreciate. As a senior manager in the university, I wanted to comment on the last talk. I've been hearing snippets of that language in all the presentation. Council did not approve this program. Council rejected this program. Council did not send to National Council. My question is, how is Mbarara University of Science and Technology structured? Even the law that was read is very clear. Administration. I wish he could also read that of Senate. That of Senate says Senate is the supreme academic organ. Now, in Mbarara University of Science, it seems it is Council, which is the supreme academic organ. I do not know what you are doing, but I want you to correct that legal understanding. The issues of numbers, I as a Vice Chancellor, I reject programs as Chair of Senate. I do not, even as a member of, it's embarrassing when my Senate, where I chair, approves a program. Then I go to council, and then it is rejected. What am I supposed to do there? I think I would have failed my duty. I think the best thing council should do is to sack that Vice Chancellor and get another one who can do good jobs at the Senate level instead of taking over the work of Senate. So that is what I want to, because actually, Senate should be the last. The job of approving programs stops at faculty. Because when you bring programs in medicine, and Senate is composed of people from social science, what do they know about it? So once the faculty boards have stamped their authority, what do Senate look at? Senate look at the implementation of that program. That is where, do you have the number? Do you have the resources? You comes at play. Beyond that level, there is no area. We know what it takes to teach. Now, it is council doing it. I think that arrangement needs to be revisited. And I'm very sure about that. I think I would need to start training my vice chancellors on these governance issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The beauty of interdisciplinarity is also to have community and elders in place. Just imagine if we're in an environment without Professor Openjuru, how would have this meeting ended? So this is why, where we come from interdisciplinarity, we respect every opinion and contribution, and you don't know who will guide you. It could even be your grandmother, it could even be your child who is 5 years old. So that's the beauty of interdisciplinarity, that there is cross-cutting respect for opinion. And thank you so much, Professor Openjuru. I want to end my session on this note by thanking the members. No question that came from the audience. They were affirming everything that came through. And as you get off, I want to say that our RCC, Deputy RCC, is currently a Master of Arts in conflict and inclusive development that Mbarara University of Science and Technology has offered for the last 20 years. So these programs are not here just yesterday. The Master of Arts in Development Studies has existed since 1989. These programs are not for yesterday. So this is why they are going through these phases, but consultation is very much respected. And we respect the opinion of the council member, and actually has helped us understand what could have transpired in the boardroom of council. But thank you so much. We go back to our modulator. Thank you for this opportunity. This shows me how important this discussion is, that we have all kept here in our seats, and it is much appreciated. I know you wanted to say something, but I have to end this discussion. Over to you, Medad. Medad will make a few communications that including closing this session and giving us guidance on who will lead the closure of this session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we can give a hand clap to our panel. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Viola. Let's give a hand clap to Dr. Viola Nyakato for leading this session. It has been very productive, and we consider this the gist of why we needed this stakeholder engagement workshop, so that we get your feedback, and we don't limit ourselves only on positive feedback, but even negative feedback, because through that we are able to sail and create the best for MAST. Thank you very much, and we appreciate all the views that have come. So, time has really moved. I will do only two things. One is to make some announcements, because when the Vice Chancellor has spoken, I will not come back to speak. And we are so delighted that our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Yachika Chiwika, has been attending online. And I'm very happy. We need to clap for her. She has been online following up what is going on here, and she's the one going to give us the closing remarks. But the one that is going to invite Professor Pauline Yachika is a man that belongs to us as MAST. A man of caliber, a cadre, a tested senior citizen who has seen it all and has been at the helm of the district leadership for Mbarara district. He has been our council member, and not only a council member, but a chairman of the appointments board. And we treasure the time of service that you had with MAST. He is a very renowned farmer. When you're going to Wizwera, you know what I'm talking about, that side of Rwanyamahembe. So he's the one that is going to invite our Vice Chancellor by giving a recap of what transpired, and then the Vice Chancellor gives the closing remarks. Some bit of profile of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Yachika, replaced Professor Celestine Obua, and we have seen a lot of, I can call it vibe from the time she came to office. And she has a background as a physician and an epidemiologist, and she will talk to us as our Vice Chancellor and a person with a rich, vast experience in research, in engagement, in internationalization. That's the person that will speak to us, because I will not introduce her when that time comes. Yeah, so those are the two people that we have here that are going to give us the closure part of this event. We have two other important announcements. One of them relates to a form that we just distributed to you on your tables, which is titled SWOT Analysis. We want you to have a reflective eye on these programs that were presented. Look at their strengths, look at their weaknesses, look at their opportunities, and look at their threats. That feedback is very important for us when we go back to reflect more on these programs, but also inform the faculty strategic plan. The second announcement is that this engagement is planned to refund your transport, but as you know, in the university processes and the approval systems, the money is paid directly to the beneficiaries. So this money, that's why you registered and put the contacts. We are going to send it to you directly, and where we have hurdles, we'll consult. It will come to your account, and the process is ongoing. Probably it should come in by next week, early. Or if it happens this week, we don't know. We cannot control that. But be assured that we have planned well to meet your refund for attendance. At this moment, and I beg that those forms, you leave them on the table, we'll pick them. So at this moment, in the interest of time, allow me to welcome retired Captain JB Tumsime, a very strong cadre. Give him a very huge hand clap to come and recap and then invite our Vice Chancellor to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Medad, our chief guest, Professor George, our dean, distinguished participants. My role is simple, but I also want to take this opportunity to thank everybody, mostly the faculty. Before the faculty, the University of Mbarara Science, University of Science and Technology for this engagement, which happened in a short time. Thanks go to the Dean of Interdisciplinary Studies as the faculty, and also to our guests who were invited on a short notice, just days, and you responded to this course. I thank you so much. We should clap for our guests who traveled long distances for this program. I was not here in the morning, but I have been briefed of what transpired, and I want to confirm that almost every participant supported the program. So it was an achievement. What is our focus? Whatever we teach here, whatever we have been discussing here today, our main target is the community. Nothing else, it is the community. How do we engage our community? That's all. And I'm happy that even the DVC confirmed that when it comes to research, interdisciplinary is leading. Isn't that really a positive remark? I'm happy that even the scientists who stood to, they also confirmed that actually where we are, things have changed, and now we are busy engaging ourselves in interdisciplinary studies, programs. I want to thank you scientists who are here. Me, I studied social sciences from Makerere, my bachelor's. Then I did a master's in Peace and Conflict Studies from IUIU. But before that, I had joined the forces. Basically, I have been involved in community engagements, morning and night. So it has been a full job. I joined politics, elective politics in 1996 as a district councillor. I have been in politics till now. Now I'm doing my PhD under the same faculty, Planning and Governance Department, and I'm not complaining at all. And even my colleagues who are in sciences, whom we are sharing the subjects, are extremely happy when you look at their responses. They tell you that they lost a lot and they didn't have this knowledge at all. We have been sharing online. I think it is my tourism specialist, who said that we need each other. When you go to our hospitals, I know before it was not like that, but I have served in many districts of this country. When they brought in that concept of hospital administrator, it was an outcry. It went up to cabinet. I'm not saying, Amanyere say that we keep our lanes. I'm not saying regional medical leaders or health workers were bad administrators, and that's not what I'm saying. But there was an outcry in the field of human resource and personnel. There was an outcry. It went up to cabinet, and the resolution came to my commissioner here, Adam, and that's why those positions were created. That to have effective services in these health facilities, we need people who studied what? And I think the situation since then has changed. Now, we have a say, ngokuchabe chiri kare na kare, chibeni kwe chaguma, big no. Owendo naweza ukafafanulia huyo daktari. Hujaelewa hata kidogo? Sawa, nitafafanua. Professor George, there is where we say that who is good at maybe Bernard, my young brother, you can tell him, that's not the case. You can tell the professor that how it used to be, huh? Situations have changed, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to accept. And I'm happy Dr. Ngon's here mentioned it. My vet doctor mentioned it, and everybody has mentioned it. Without interdisciplinary, I don't think we shall move faster as the country. That rigidity, I've heard some people saying, President ordered, this is the University of Science, it shouldn't. No. At least I'm close to the president. And I know it very well that the president is a person who believes in criticism, guidance, and the way forward. Very much. He mentioned that time when we still had few. The human resource base was very low. But it is not the situation now. Me, I'm a local stakeholder. Professor, the people you have seen on this bench, front bench here, are born here. And they are serving the community. And they benefited from this university. So, how am I going to be proud? It is a national and international institution that where the institution is based, we have benefited when we don't have such a programs. It will be a service to our voters. And that's not patriotism. No. So that talk of saying the president said it should only be, it should be stopped. It's not there. I concur with the professor. I have been a member of council. Let us respect the university structures. If it is the faculty which has passed the program, they know why. It is tailored to their benefit. And they are good at research. They cannot come up with a program which is not going to benefit the community. Actually, I would say we should introduce law. Why not? Why not? You people, you have delayed Owundo and your colleagues. Law should have been introduced yesterday. Why should we go to other universities in the other regions to study law when we have an institution? Members of council would be looking at improving the infrastructure to have more courses tailored to our community needs. When the Senate has passed something, and I want to re-emphasize this to my colleagues who are members of council now, let us think twice before we say, before you chase them away. There might be a weakness in the process. Me, I'm a lobbyist and I believe in lobbying, and that's my last point. I think it is Commissioner Adam who talked about it. People, I think we have slept a lot. We should have gone through this engagement long time ago. You know, we should always plan ahead of the enemy. If you wait for the enemy to be ahead of you, it will be very difficult for you to. We should have been ahead. But the council says, you know, it is not possible. We should have crossed the what? The ambush. So my appeal to you, the faculty, I know how busy you are. You don't tell me. For you, you are very good at writing, sending letters, believing in formal structures. Formal structures these days don't work. Formal government structures these days don't work. It's about lobbying, how good you are at lobbying NRM government. And if you are close to this government, you'll get what you want. Just in one day. That I wrote to the ministry, I wrote to the chairman council, I wrote to vice chancellor. That's not enough. And I know you are very good at that. But it stops at that. You know, we wrote 2 months ago, you know. My colleagues are here. They know how I used to work toward the service delivery of my district. Let us keep engaging these offices. Physically, not by writing and they stamp or received copy. Somebody is paid back his transport to Kampala, Ministry of Public Service. Then you are done. We communicated, we are waiting. Even the budget you lobby. I will tell you, universities, Professor George, Kabale has money, they even don't know how to do it, to do it. The mountains of the moon, which came yesterday. I was there the other week. They have too much money that they even don't know what to do with it. Therefore, let us not stop here. Let us engage our local leadership. Even it can go through the city council. That's why we are represented by the mayor on the council. If you find an issue is banned, you can take it through because they are beneficiaries. Kabal is getting money because they have got ministers of finance. They have got a commission of finance who is a council member. Actually, who has been assistant director budget. We alone here locally, we cannot do much. Professor will tell you, they are where they are because of their regional engagements with the leaders. lobbying, engaging everybody, public service. I'm happy we have recruited members now on our side. Bwana Matova and Adam, the Minister of Gender, in all fields. The education, where do we need services? If we still believe in council, we shall not go anywhere. If we still say Senate is final, we shall not go anywhere. Public service was telling me they have already submitted their requirements to, is it education? Where? To, yeah. You can have a council which is confused. I can repeat this because I have been there. You can have a leader at all levels who are confused, who are not going to take you anywhere. And they want to discuss on every matter. Everything they want to, How much was money for onions? Who bought? What was transport? Then you are taking time in that. By the time the matter goes to council and the council says no, then whoever submitted and where it came from, that person should be chased away. Even the council, why should you discuss the matter? I thought the role of council was to be asked to approve. Peke yake. So with this, I want to appeal to everybody that we need each other. We need to exist as partners in development, as people who are going to move Uganda to another level, and by respecting each other. I have got scientists who are doctors in parliament. They have closed their clinics. They have become policy makers. Why? Why have they closed there? I saw some of them were here. I was going to ask them this question. Unfortunately, they are absent today. But I will still engage them from another level. I will get them. They have closed, they have gone to parliament to become what? Policy makers. With these few observations, the faculty keep engaging. To me, that's the point I took seriously from here. On a daily basis, let us measure ourselves. How far have we gone? On a daily basis. And we have all the brains here. I can't thank you enough. I wish you well. I wish you Safari Njema back to your places where you came from. And don't get tired when we are called here. We are here for a cause which is serious to our communities, and we are trying to help our government. Now I take this opportunity to take a singular honor to welcome and invite our Professor, Madam Pauline Biachika, the Vice Chancellor, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, to address the audience. Madam, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another hand clap as Professor comes in. Thank you.
All right. Just give me a minute. The sound hasn't been very good on Zoom. Okay, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Medad, please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Good evening, everyone. I want to start by thanking all of you for, I see the room is quite well occupied, so I'm assuming the attendance has been very good. And I want to thank you for sparing your time to attend this meeting on not a very long notice you got. To be able to spare your time to attend. Thank you very much. I want to sincerely thank Professor Openjuru, the Vice Chancellor of Gulu University. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation and coming to this meeting. Being an educationist, I'm sure you bring a lot of value to this discussion. I also want to congratulate you on having been crowned the African Educationist of the Year 2013. Congratulations. And that makes you the most suitable person to have been invited to this meeting. I want to congratulate the organizers of this meeting for having made the right selection. I want to thank Dr. Tumusime, who gave the last remarks. And Dr. Tumusime, I'm well informed that sorry, was I muted? I'm not sure at what point I got muted. But I was saying thank you very much to Dr. Tumusime for having accepted the invitation to come from the other side. I am well aware he's a captain coming from the State House and coming to partake of the discussions of an academic program and to give us insights as academicians and intellectuals. Thank you very much. So I'm sure you all know the purpose of this stakeholder engagement, and I'm sure you have all enjoyed it. Unfortunately for us onliners, the sound was not that good, but we managed to listen in to some speakers, and we managed to follow some of the discussions. I look forward to receiving the report so that I can read and come to the same page as all of you. But even before I receive the report, I will be able to listen to the YouTube video, and I'm sure I'll be able to come to the same page as all of you. This is a very important activity. As many of the speakers mentioned, what has happened at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and specifically in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, and more specifically to do with some of the programs in that faculty that you have discussed. So this meeting is timely, and when I met members from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, I suggested that we should have this stakeholder engagement to understand where we are coming from and where we are going or where we should be going. So thank you for leading us to where we should be looking into and the future plans. I know we are all intellectuals in the room. I listened to, I think that was Dr. Tom Ogwang, who emphasized the need for intellectual freedom. And indeed, you have exercised intellectual freedom the whole day since morning. And I want to congratulate you on that. I also want to say that being intellectuals, our role is really, apart from personal goals and training goals, it is important as intellectuals to know that we have a very specific function in society as being the source of ideas that should be able to transform society. So what you're doing now, focusing on discussing the different curricula at Mbarara University of Science and Technology and pointing the curricula developers to the right direction is fulfilling the goal that intellectuals should be partaking of to transform society. So I want to thank you very much. Now, coming to the gist of why we are here, there are two issues, and many of the speakers hinted on the two. One is for those curricula that may not be seeming to fit within Mbarara University of Science and Technology as science-based curriculum, as in quote, but also for those that members would want to develop, but knowing that there's a kind of cap or ban on new curriculum. I will start with the latter. I think mostly because of the human resource gaps that we have, it is difficult to bring on board many new programs. And because of that, we have seen some programs actually being put on hold because of lack of human resource. However, having said that, we as top management have discussed it, and we are looking into advocating for more human resource, both in terms of increasing numbers, but also in terms of promoting the existing human resource so that we can fill the gaps, and that will enable us bring on new programs and also expand those that we have. Now, coming to the curriculum that seem to have issues, there are also 2 points to note. There's justifying why a curriculum should exist, or why you should develop a curriculum, or why you should renew a curriculum. But there's also justifying why that curriculum should fit within the specific university, and in particular, in this case, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I think we need to separate the two, and some speakers clearly did that, justifying why this curriculum should fit within Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and others also hinted on justification for curriculum development. Now, when I look at justification for curriculum development, it's important for us to look at a few points. For example, what is the labor market out there for the graduates from this program? Any program that we may want to develop or we might want to renew, we need to look at the prospects for the graduates from that program. What is their future? That is an important question to answer. What are the emerging needs locally and globally in that industry? Let's look at Uganda. What are our emerging needs? But we also know that as a university, we're not only producing for Uganda. So what are also the global needs? What are the gaps in the human resource, in the workforce? What gaps we have? Is this curriculum going to fill those particular gaps? And then listening to people who have graduated from those programs, what do they say? How satisfied are they? How employable are they? And what are they seeing out there that can feed back into our curriculum reviews and curriculum development? I think those are pertinent questions that we need to look into. And I hope you can still hear me clearly. Please confirm that you can still hear me clearly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So looking into societal needs, what does the society need? Does that curriculum answer some of the societal needs? And not only focusing on local society, but also looking globally. So we need to answer those questions. The other question we need to look into is the prospects for accreditation of those programs. What do the regulators say? I'm not sure in the room we have people from the regulatory side of things, because I really did not see the attendance list, but I'm hoping that we have some people from National Council for Higher Education to guide us in this discussion. So accreditation standards, quality assurance, and regulatory needs and regulatory standards. The other question we need to look into is feedback from previous students who have graduated from these programs. What do they say? What is their feedback? How would they design the program better if they were given an opportunity? Or what would they benefit from better if they were given an opportunity to come back and also participate in the curriculum review? So what are the interests of the students who would take this program? Okay, having said that, looking at the most contentious question of Master of Arts at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, in whichever program, Master of Arts in whichever program, we know that, yes, science disciplines may not exist in a vacuum. They will definitely coexist with the arts disciplines. And the argument of science only probably it should be strengthened with the argument that, you cannot exist in a vacuum. It can't be a kind of working in silos. You complement each other. And therefore, we need to bring on board that argument as well. Although some programs may be looked at as arts programs or social science programs, they also bring a different aspect to life or to the industry, because science only will not propel us to where we want to go, especially in terms of development. So having said that, it's also important for us to identify what are the features of science programs, because when the team came to my office, you informed me that you are now rewriting some of the curriculum into Master of Science-based curriculum. And I said, yes, that could be okay, but it's not a matter of converting a Master of Arts to a Master of Science. It's important to know what are the scientific features in the program that qualify it to be a Master of Science. And we know what science is all about. Science is about empirical evidence. Science is about scientific methods, quantitative analysis, theoretical foundation, and all that, and also on and so forth. So if we are looking at Master of Science programs, then it's important that we embed the scientific features into those programs so they can purely qualify as Master of Science programs and not only fitting within the University of Science and Technology, but they should fit within a Master of Science program. So, having said all that, what would I like to see in a justification for a program that is either being newly developed or is requesting for a renewal or continuation of a program at the university? I'd like to see that there's a clear statement of the purpose of this program. Why should we hold this program at this university? And why should we hold this program for this community? Who is the target audience for this program? It's important for us to describe. who is the target audience, who is going to benefit from this program if we finally roll it out, and that is part of the justification. The other part of the justification is, why do we need this program? The needs assessment, needs analysis, and I'm glad that we are holding the stakeholder engagement, and I'm glad that the speakers have clearly brought out the interdisciplinarity nature of teaching, of life, of developmental programs. And that is what we need to include in the justification when we're answering the question, why do we need this program? We need to clearly analyze the industry. Who is the target population? For which industry? And what are the new developments? And what are the future trends? We are all seeing the world is moving quite rapidly, and there are many different trends coming up. Does the program we are putting across answer some of the needs in the local and global trends? So I would like to see that coming out clearly. In addition to, of course, justification for it to fit within a University of Science and Technology, which you have discussed quite well at this meeting. Then, of course, the usual parts of the curriculum, which I will not go into for purposes of time, and I'm sure we are all experts in the room, and I don't need to do that, to go through that. So at the end of this meeting, we expect to produce a stakeholders engagement report, which report forms a good justification for the programs that we are advocating for. We need to have some supporting documents. If at all we have done some assessments, or we have had some questions with the previous from graduates, or we've done some tracer studies to show where these graduates are, it would be important for us to include some of those documents as appendices to beef up the justification. Finally, the elephant in the room, do some of these programs fit within Mbarara University of Science and Technology? I think that is the final question and the elephant in the room that we have to boldly answer. And I'm sure that is the gist of the meeting that has taken place this morning. Knowing that Mbarara University is a University of Science and Technology, and of course that is seeking to develop human resource to address challenges locally and globally, complex challenges to do with developmental challenges, and so on and so forth. So it's important for us to look at it also from that angle, knowing especially Uganda as a developing country, facing so many challenges that seem to be intertwined, challenges of poverty, challenges of climate change, challenges of, from the science world where I come from, antimicrobial resistance seems to be very linked to climate change, that seems to be very linked to human-animal contact, zoonotic diseases, and so forth and so on and so forth. How do these programs that are coming from seemingly an outside of things fit within the University of Science and Technology to address these development challenges? And I think there's a lot of room for us to answer that question in terms of capacity building, enhancing capacity for policymakers, which policymakers cannot only be science-based, they need these other aspects to be able to answer some of these developmental challenges, to be able to conduct cutting-edge research in some of those areas, climate change, environmental degradation. It's not only on the scientific field, the side of things, leadership development, and so on and so forth. So the elephant in the room question, as you write the report, it would be important to outline that question and boldly answer that question if we are to convince anybody that indeed we need these programs at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I should not take too much time. Very much. Reading the report, and perhaps you may have to have another smaller meeting to review the report from this stakeholder engagement and to review it proposed program. Of course, I heard one of the presenters talk about the postgraduate diploma in criminology. So as we bring out the different programs or the different curricula for different programs, we need to read the report and also tease out what in the report from this meeting is in support of particular programs. Some of it is very general, some of it is very specific to specific programs. So we also need to tease that out. So I look forward to the next step. I'm sure that this alone is not the next step to Senate. We'll have to have another engagement, and that engagement is for us to see how these different programs fit within Mbarara University of Science and Technology, or the revised programs, how they fit within Mbarara University of Science and Technology, so that we have this justification before we can present it any further. So thank you very much. I know everybody is talking about interdisciplinary approaches. I know that many people have talked about the need to have all students at Mbarara University have these interdisciplinary approaches and interdisciplinary courses. I heard, I think it was Dr. Tomo Ogwang talk about the capacity at the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. And I think as we produce our justification, we should not only concentrate on the faculty, current status of the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, to say we have the human resource. I think that shouldn't be the primary drive. Primary drive is how do these programs fit within the university? I think that is the biggest question. How do the programs fit within the university? And the other discussion point I think he mentioned was that you need to produce more teachers for the future students on these programs. If we advance that, somebody can as well tell you, you know what, we can easily pick teachers from another university if we have these as cross-cutting programs. We can pick teachers from Makerere University Business School, or we can pick teachers from here. So I think that is, it is an okay way to look at it, but it shouldn't be the strong